Okay, hello everybody and welcome for the second day of our symposium of artistic research in analog photography. We had wonderfully interesting day yesterday and it seems that it's gonna be no less today. Our program is continuing with wonderfully interesting and also multitude of different approaches we are having in these presentations. And I have a great joy of welcoming Becky Beasley, senior lecturer from Goldsmiths College, who will talk to us about the world in pieces, fragments on sensitivity. Thank you for coming, Becky. Welcome. And the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. So I'm not all on my own. My paper is somewhat performative, and I work primarily with photography within the sort of fine art context. Okay. What person? I need an outline. On the opening night of opening nights in 1977, Gina Rowlands went mad with joy. They said, "What a performance, look at her, she's crazy." She thought, "Yes, you're all right. I have known joy and we are all of this. Everything is so tender." She smiled and said, "Thank you all for coming. We are all so sensitive, aren't we?" Some years ago, someone came up to me at an opening and said that they had thought I was a man by my work. I didn't know what they meant, but I liked that there was some confusion. Hello, person. As a child, they called me sweet, shy, creative, smart, sensitive, too sensitive, a tomboy sometimes, a smarty pants, a know-it-all. They said I'd need to toughen up, to thicken up my skin, not to take things so personally, to be less sensitive, to relax, to cheer up, to pray, to meditate, to take more drugs, to drink less, to be more grateful, to speak up, to shut up. As a teen and in my 20s, they said I was an oddball, a bit weird, unusual. I was also called unstable, needy, obsessive, controlling, demanding, intense, scheming, a monster, a witch. My work has always been quite queer, quirky. I am strange, peculiar, odd, eccentric, oblique, off-center. As I said, quirky. It turned out that I was autistic. Neuroqueer was not an option when I was 20, born in 1975, raised Catholic, like Robert Gober and Elizabeth Price, for examples, in a small seaside town on the south coast of England. Here is a short tour of my recent exhibition, HSP, or Promising Mid-Career Woman. Room 1, the atrium. Room 2, the main central room. Looking right. Looking left. From the other aspect. Room 3. Some details. back to room 1, the atrium, the room you step into from the outside. I have always loved these rooms, a spacer between the outside and the inside, a moment to compose oneself, to regulate the nervous system. Dark rooms are tricky spaces when one is highly sensitive to light, to darkness, the red light, the daylight or electric lighting outside the dark room. In and out, lights on, lights off. Autistically, it can be exhausting. Best when done in one's own facilities, a private dark room. This room uses a formula I love, the 3-part invention. Here, a linoleum floor, a digitally printed photograph, and a sculpture. The 3-part equation is literally the stuff of fiction, of fairy tales. The image approached is a series of fluid yet ultra-specific movements and relations to its subject, its objecthood, the time or distinct times of its making, its negative, to its situation, its time and space, to here, to its there, to a specific instance in a specific context, to you, to now. 3 years ago, I made my last exhibition prior to HSP at Gallery Plan B in Berlin. It was titled Depressive Alcoholic Mother. The title, which always comes to us first in the form of press releases, proposes a figure which each individually and very privately processes, imagines somehow, through one's own individual filters. What figure is this? Who is this? On first entering the exhibition, this title as figure becomes ground. I have been making linoleum floor cutout works since 2010 as a proto-photographic technique. Here is an example, a silhouette of poet Emily Dickinson, cut by Charles Temple in 1845. And on the right, my first linoleum floor, my silhouette of the Great Lakes of North America, which formed a central element in my series of projects related to the last years of the life of Edward Muybridge. When you told me about your plan, you quote from Joseph Joubert's notebooks. When, you say, I answer, when I have circumscribed my sphere. Queer, neither vertical nor horizontal, both aerial and panoramic, demanding 2 perspectives to be inhabited simultaneously, maybe also 2 biographies. Native American culture recognizes those who are queer as two-spirited and neurodivergence as contrary. Back for a moment to this room, which uses the 3-part tripodal formula. Here, a linoleum floor work with the words Depressive Alcoholic Mother, aquajet cut into a 1-meter diameter circle. A hand-printed gelatin silver print, walnut hand, and a digitally reproduced cartographic print, Oscillating City, by cartographer Molly Roy for the New York City Atlas, Non-Stop Metropolis by Rebecca Solnit, one of the trilogy of alternative atlases she created for San Francisco, New Orleans, and New York. This was reproduced from the file for it, which Rebecca Solnit sent to me with full permission to use. These 2 prints, one digital and one analog, sit side by side, formally and opaquely speaking to and for each other. I'm profoundly motivated by our individual right to and need for opacity. As George Perec said, speaking of the 2 distinct narratives which run in tandem in his novel W, or A Memory of Childhood, each speaks about that which the other cannot speak directly. Returning now to HSP, the curtain structures H, S, and P, which is short for highly sensitive person after the book by Elaine Aron from 1996, are visible here in the exhibition map. Here is the S-shaped curtain structure onto which 2 framed photographs are hung. The specificity of the placement of single images within the framework of a work is what I want to get to explore further now. For example, the placement of these 2 photographs. Me as Andy, which I shot on colour film when I was 20 in 1996, and colour printed then myself when I was learning, and shortly after abandoned the colour darkroom. Pitch black darkness into light was more than I could cope with. This was a print I returned to again last year, post-autism diagnosis, age 45, finally able to understand myself and my experience, despite my middle age, connecting me to the younger Generation Z, to their activism in making visible within the mainstream the hitherto unrecognised multiplicities of individual and specific difference, the mainstreaming of pronoun declaration being a very visible example. I had my original print scanned and we reworked from that print rather than from the original negative to acknowledge the print I had made from the negative I had made when I was young. Back, Ilford ceramic sits alongside me as Andy within the S-shaped curtain structure, its porcelain surface mirroring my whitened face makeup. Another figure from an impossible position, back, a return, a sensitizing proposal. Within the 2 ends of the H-shaped curtain, 2 dusky gelatin silver prints. Back, dusk 1, and back, dusk 2. These 2 prints repeat in lighter, less dusky versions of the print in room 3. Here they hang, back to back, as it were, on either side of the central panel of the H-shaped curtain structure. The nape of a wrap shirt, which I made when I returned to sewing a few years ago, is the subject, with small objects laid onto this imaginary back. The nape, a sensitive place on a woman's body, the site of both tenderness and fear. The appearance of silver prints here, finally, creates a moment of difference, experiential, a real and quantitative experience of their surface, qualities, depth, texture, self-presentation. I have one final work in 4 parts for today, Me and You, 1975 to 2021, which elaborates on the specificities I've been speaking of. Yes, please cut up the pieces for me, he said, but don't chew them. From the notebooks of Joseph Joubert, 1797. This is a view of room 3. In 2018, I won an award and bought this edition print for myself as a gift. It is by Christopher Williams, an artist whose work I have long studied, in particular his bookwork Angola to Vietnam from 1989. This Potts edition print is approximately 2 by 1.5 meters, so it is large and was always too large for my small home. In 2019, I fantasized about cutting it into 4 pieces and having one frame and rotating the pieces at home. Finally, in 2021, I cut it. You can't cut that, it's not yours. It is mine, I bought it. Who made it? Christopher Williams. Why do you want to cut it up? It's too big. I couldn't afford to frame it in one piece. Now it is part of the show. I like it best like this. Not mine, in 4 pieces, inside a table, under my small silver prints and sculptures, in a room, with other people around it, people I don't know. This is ideal now. The work is made of 4 low iron tabular supports, each containing one section of the Williams print. On top, under a glass effect plexi box, each has a 10 by 8 inch silver print of details of the back of the wrap shirt, a sheet of very old curved glass, under the curve of which I place old matchbooks and other items sit on top of the glass, so it is layered horizontally. Here's a close-up for a bit more detail. The other sections. On the opening night of opening night in 1977, Gina Rowlands went mad with joy. They said, "What a performance, look at her, she's crazy." She thought, "Yes, you're all right. I have known joy, and we are all of this. Everything is so tender now." She smiled and said, "Thank you all for coming. We are all so sensitive, aren't we?" That's the end of my paper.
Thank you so much, Becky. A wonderfully interesting presentation. First of all, I want to say that I related to your when you said that you abandoned color photography because the total darkness and then the sudden light was too much for you, because I did the same, exactly the same, and I've been thinking about that maybe this kind of sensitivity to light or also other things like sound and all that is one of the reasons why some artists seem to be drawn to black and white, silver gelatin printing, darkroom. At least I know that for myself it was one of the reasons probably. Sometimes colors seem too bright even, or they are coming onto you so much.
Yes.
In pictures and in paintings, but there is something really calming in black and white photography and darkroom prints. I was just thinking, would you like to elaborate or describe a little bit more about this, how you feel sensitive towards photography, or how do you feel that photography as a medium, or darkroom photography in particular, can somehow interpret your ideas or feelings in the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think just going back to what you said about kind of techniques and spaces and sensitivity to light, sound, dark, that I think very much, I think that the body is like expressing its difficulties all the time, and so that reaction it was a very strong reaction I had to learning to colour print. I remember it vividly, and you know, I did print for a little while, but it just but I think the black and white darkroom, because I think what I love was at a certain point I understood that I could, within one room, which I did for a long time, shoot something, process my negative, contact print, test print, like all within one space, because my early darkrooms were very makeshift, that all of that could happen in one space, and over the course of like a day or a few days, without having to kind of go outside or interact with, you know, anybody. There's no waiting for film processing or, you know, anything else to happen. So certainly that the lack of any need for communication with others as a part of that process, and also that sort of expanded the sort of amazing kind of sense of like being in one room and photographing something and then coming out with a print at the end of it seemed to be kind of incredible, both sort of practically and philosophically as well. It was just a sort of, so certainly those kind of instincts were there. And I think also when I was at the Royal College and kind of learning more about black and white printing, really there wasn't really hardly anyone else black and white printing then, sort of around 2000. And I think also I was a bit sort of, I'm dyspraxic, so I was a bit splashy, a bit messy. So I sort of often joke that anyone who came in soon kind of ran off because it was a bit sort of getting like, it sort of frightened everyone off. So there was a sort of solitude there as well, I think. Yeah, but I think one of the things was really, I felt that I could contribute to the sort of context here was, and I think maybe from like an autistic position, it's like I never assuming anything about a silver print, never assuming anything about what analog photography might be, which is, you know, what you're expressing through the whole symposium, this sort of multitude of approaches, but also coming down right into this is sort of there's an old botanist I know who's a recluse and who's an expert on alien plants, and he said to me, a single poppy in a field today is an incredible thing. He's talking about the sort of the lack of alien seeds that come in to countries from abroad now because of cleaning processes. And I guess there's something of that, of sort of, I guess within the context of this exhibition, these few individual moments of the silver prints kind of appearing and not necessarily like accompanied by a whole series of silver prints, for example. So there's that kind of, you know, and the other prints, there's other works in the show that I wasn't time to talk about today, but that were, you know, working from film negative and then working digitally with those, that kind of sort of process that's quite common now, shooting on film and then printing digitally. But I just wanted to focus on these sort of instances, and I think it's very much about like how do we take care of what we're doing, and I guess it's really about taking care of one thing at a time, you know, in all of its singularity, its difference from other things in the context that it's in, its sort of distinction, I guess, and but also what that sort of difference offers up is, I hope, a sort of really abundant experience of like the thing in itself. So for example, a single silver print in a exhibition of, you know, other things sort of might offer that opportunity. So, and I think also sort of speaking about these sort of you know, individual difference and position, and certainly being autistic, I'm, you know, from a relatively marginal disabled community, and there, you know, there are so many of us coming from so many individual and less typical positions, and yeah, I was interested in like expressing those sort of what happens when there's I sort of always felt like, very sort of jokingly and lovingly, you know, the worst thing in the world for me was an exhibition just full of photographs. It's like too many photographs, like, you know, I'm a little bit like Thomas Bernhard with Austria. I love photography and I hate photography. It's like this sort of like love affair, you know. And but also I think just, I guess over the last couple of years, there's more space for this kind of much more slowed down relation to, you know, others, oneself, and hopefully maybe also kind of images. And does that answer your question?
Very well, thank you. Wonderfully. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Becky. I really enjoyed your presentation and the format, the performative aspect, and I was wondering, how do you transport that into the exhibition space? Is that something that is of importance to you in the context of the exhibition? Or is this just something that is reserved for this kind of format of an artist talk?
Thank you for your question. Great question. I think one of the one thing that is a sort of tendency for autistic females and masked, undiagnosed autistic females is we're called like the little philosophers, like when we're young, or kind of understood that the quest and the search for identity is a very intensive, ongoing process, you know. And for me it was until the 4th of February 2021 when I got my formal diagnosis, and I was able to answer 10,000 questions about my life. I think for lots of people who come from like non-sort of centered positions, the search for one's own identity is a big part of life. And by middle age, we end up like, you know, in great relations with ourselves as a result, instead of having midlife crises. The silver linings of difficulty, that's just my opinion. So I was always interested in what it was to be in the world, or to communicate with someone else, or to dress myself, or just work out what I was supposed to be doing. And this is all, you know, very common experience of autistic female. And so this question of like performativity was right from the very first days of art school, was very, very interesting to me. And my sort of first loves were Samuel Beckett's work, and this sort of, there was this just kind of empty space, and it's like, what am I going to put in it? Like, you know, let's just start from there. And a voice. But I think also, as a female, like, the moment I express my distress, or anger, or profound confusion, we're still in a kind of, in a sort of time where we're seen as being crazy. It's still kind of, as a female, it's still kind of medieval experience. Hopefully things are changing, and I always loved Gina Rowlands. I've always loved her. I've always considered her somebody who's been in my life since I was 20. I didn't really understand that sort of lack of distinction. I never really talked very much to anyone about it because I thought you'd think I was crazy. But now I understand my autism. Like, I have my own terms of what a relationship might be, and it's very rarely sitting at a table in front of another human being chatting. That's like my worst kind of nightmare, and most exhausting, and just not worth the precious time I have now at my middle age. So I think that there are always I think the body and the experience of the body in space has always been really important to how I structure my exhibitions, one's own, and the two kind of atriums, the depressive alcoholic mother and then HSP, and creating this sort of slightly odd deja vu feeling for people who've either visited the show before or seen images. That sort of, I've always liked kind of naming things. I've made quite a lot of works that have like names, and I think that evolved then into making these two kind of figure ground works for the exhibition. So I hope a little bit like stepping into those two exhibitions, that sort of figure, the depressive alcoholic mother and then the highly sensitive person, stepping in, you suddenly find your body implicated. So it's kind of like creating like a preamble to like create like a kind of movement inside a human being before you then kind of, on those terms of your own, you then kind of follow through the rest of the exhibition. So kind of sensitizing, I hope, process, a little bit like what I was trying to do today. Does that answer the question okay? Yeah, I could like do like 3 hours on that, but I'm like I've sort of done a bit of training from Temple Grandin, our great autistic godmother. Like, try to like, you know, I know there's 15 minutes, and I can't tell you. I originally had a 1-minute introduction to this, which was just to do with the impossibility of asking me as an autistic female to talk for 15 minutes about this subject. I can't tell you that they're like all the other things. I've got another 40 slides that I've like I kept in, but I knew I wasn't allowed to use. So
thank you so much, Becky. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So now next we are moving to in our program we have James Goodchild here from University of Leeds, and he will be talking to us his research, which is centered around this sense of hiraet, a Welsh word meaning a sorrowful sense of longing for home, which resonates, at least in my heart, quite strongly. Welcome, James. Do you have your presentation on the stick? Yes.
Hi, I'm James. Just like to extend my thanks to the organisers of the event, all the hard work that's gone on behind the scenes, which we don't get to see. And so far it's been a brilliant event, and to see all the interest, passion centred around analogue photography. At one time in my photography life thought that I might not see again. I began photography, my involvement in photography in about year 2000. Digital photography hadn't really arrived at that point. And then it got to a point when it did that I was afraid of its future, and the materials we were using were dying out, and things were going to become inaccessible. Fortunately, there's been a resurgence over the past couple of years, and we can still spend all our money on films and paper and make ourselves bankrupt buying these products. So a little bit about me. Currently studying at Leeds, PhD through practice, School of Fine Arts. I was going to talk predominantly about my research through practice rather than an outcome, and how I operate and work as a photographer. So I'm going to show you some images and bits of work which aren't really resolved pieces of work, but some of the background and ideas of how I operate and how I use photography as a mode of research. Of course, as a standard academic text we read and discuss and write notes on, but I use photography as a tool in a way beyond just trying to get the result images at the end. The centre of my research from a PhD is based around a Welsh word called hiraeth. I'll put the definition up there for you. It has lots of different interpretations, quite ambiguous. It's quite often misrepresented as homesickness. That's probably the most direct English equivalent, but it has a far deeper meaning than that. Homesickness is normally cured when you go back home. But hiraeth is all about a sense of loss, which you can feel even when you return to that place. So really my photographic process or research is based around trying to create a photographic interpretation of this word. That's the challenge which I posed to myself. For this, I'm photographing and recording in different ways the landscape of North Wales. That's where my family is from, where some of them still live, where sadly quite a few of them are buried. That's where I'm from originally. And one of the reasons I'm photographing the landscape is that it often creates the idea that it's a picture of something that has been lost or is in the past. The photograph then makes its present again when it is encountered. So landscapes quite often linked to reflective moods such as melancholy or nostalgia, which then can create this longing for something past or lost, which is inherently important to the emotion or notion of hiraeth. I began with my standard approach as I do with all photographic projects, which is, in essence, walk around with a camera, taking photographs. One of the things which always makes photography quite difficult is the amount of processes we can call upon in our arsenal. Simply changing the paper or the film, whether it be colour, black and white, darkroom printing, scanning digital negatives in. There's a vast array of approaches we can take. So I start off by approaching the Welsh landscape using some of these different techniques and processes. But ultimately, these more conventional processes didn't really fail to deliver any real connection to the land. I didn't feel connected in the way that I wanted to be. But I carried on experimenting, different modes of expression, utilising different materials. So this is where I come on to the idea of research to practice. I wasn't actually going to mention too much about this image, but came up in one of the talks yesterday about claw glass, and this is my rather small version of a claw glass. When I found out about them, some of them were made to be quite small scale, so people could take a little image of a landscape around them on their travels. So this resonated with me quite strongly. I tried to put a photographic twist on that by creating very small scale images. And claw glasses were also normally in little clamshell boxes, so you had to open them up to see the image. So my sort of interpretation of that was to shoot in transparency, and the image only revealed itself when you held it up to a light. Now this didn't go much further than this, but it did make me think about scale and the difference in holding a print versus having a print in a frame on a wall. So moving on into different aspects of Welsh culture and art movements. If anything, poetry is probably the most important art form to Wales. The Welsh language, it has been said, is the lifeblood of Welsh culture. So this led me to consider how poetry can be photographed, resulting in my, again, photographic attempt to record a reading of Dylan Thomas's Do Not Go Gently Into That Good Night. This poem is predominantly about the inevitability of death, but there's a very famous line in it which goes something like rage, rage against the dying of the light. So it feels like it's almost a poem for all photographers. Imagine we've all been out somewhere, the light's starting to die, and we've had to stop taking photographs. So again, I'm not necessarily that happy with the outcome, but when I was looking at syntax and how there's a relationship between words, sentences, to pages, to books, it made me think about that relationship in a landscape between a leaf on a branch, on a tree, in a wood, which forms a valley, which forms an entire landscape. And if only for that purpose, and to make me think about that idea, it was a worthwhile process to go through. Again, so I moved on and carried on reading, and came across 1,000 Plateaus, which is quite famous, especially in the artistic circles, about rhizomatic structures. After reading that, for whatever reason, that quite naturally led me to think about creating a floating camera, and to utilise the rhizomatic structures which existed in the Welsh water systems, the rivers and the streams. And this began the process of letting the landscape have some impact and control on the outcome of the photography. Because when I put the camera in the water, the rhythm and flow of the river or stream had a direct impact on the outcome. Because it was a Pinot camera, so the exposure was quite lengthy. And I picked up the movement of the stream. Again, thinking about rhizomatic structures, I realised when I was walking through the landscape of Wales, these paths were also rhizomatic structures. So I started by shooting short films, but then looked to see how a similar notion could be recorded through photography, still photography rather than moving image. In most cases, a photograph stops movement and cuts across time. It is this idea which I've explored in the following images, where a photograph hasn't stopped time, but has left a photographic trace of movement. So, this first image is when I've recorded medieval light during a walk, using a still camera, but following a similar process to the video which I shot. And the second one, again, very similar process, but using colour film. So these are some examples of my research in 3 practice. And after review of some of the work, both written and practical, the theme of burial seemed to have lingered. With that in mind, I took the decision to take a very literal approach photographically to explore this further. This came in the form of using a Polaroid camera to make pictures of the Welsh landscape, which then proceeded to bury in the ground at the time and place where the image was captured. Once buried, I then recorded the location through a digital photograph of the area, logging a written description in my field notes and roughly plotting the site on a map. This somehow emboldened the experience with the landscape and provided another level of engagement. This was true during the act of burying the print as well. Once I buried, I felt that I shared a secret between the land and myself, not claiming ownership of the land, but feeling a heightened sense of connection. And that's how I sort of found the print again. See a typical day in North Wales. Don't believe the rumours about the UK weather. I can guarantee it's like this at least 3 days of the year. So I plotted the site, used a red string to mark it, and then dug up the print once I buried it. And when you're trying experimental work, even sort of simple logistics can be quite difficult and something you have to think about. So after the string, because it wasn't exactly at the point of the buried print, I was struggling to find the image. So I changed this process by using little white plastic sticks, which made it could find the print a lot easier, and I didn't have an embarrassing moment when I was by the side of a path digging a hole in the ground and people walking past with their dogs looking at me thinking I'd gone slightly mad. So yeah. But the problem with the Polaroid prints is that even after being in the ground for a month, there wasn't a lot of reaction to some conditions that they were exposed to. Partially, I believe, I was down to properties of Polaroid photography, which has various layers offering a level of protection. The amount of time being buried might not have been sufficient enough for the environment to have an impact as well. So in a way, it's all problem solving. The artists of all different disciplines have their unique ways of doing this when immersed in their medium to establish ways to examine and communicate experience. So trying to solve this problem has recently led to shooting with positive paper using a field camera, developing the prints that night. Returned to the location again the next day to bury the prints. In this instance, the change of photographic material has created quite a dramatic difference in the outcomes. In some cases, maybe a little bit too dramatic. And so it appears that this exposure to the ground will have to be bracketed to create the desired effect in the same way we bracket exposures in camera. So the idea that the environment will collaborate with the print, an accretional abatement will take place, connecting it directly to the land, taking away some reliance on technology and handing back the initiative to the artistic process on land itself. I've also looked into different techniques and processes and ways of working with land other than just burying prints. One of these has been to pin prints to a tree or trees, and again letting the environment have an impact on the print. When I tried to come back and find some of these images, I realised that some of them had disappeared. Now, whether this is because the environment had sort of destroyed them, where they'd fallen off the tree, or whether someone had come and picked it up. I like to think picked it up and taken it home, but maybe picked it up and chucked it in the bin, I don't know. But I realised I was creating a series inadvertently of missing prints. And these idea of prints which have gone missing were then directly linked to the idea of Hiraeth. So I was going to revisit, and have been revisiting some of these sites, only to find something missing. So although not all the prints disappear, almost as an appendix to the work, I'll be recording these missing prints as a sort of slightly separate body. And again, going full circle a little bit to the floating camera, some ideas, although they don't succeed in the end, they linger in the back of my mind. So we're still really keen to do something with the water of Wales. You can see there the map of all the streams and rivers is quite extensive. So my current idea to engage with that is to put print into little aquatic netting, and then I'm going to immerse those in the river and let the water again affect the print in a similar fashion to being buried or being pinned to a tree. And we'll see what happens there. The other idea I'm exploring at the moment is sandwiching print in slate. North Wales, one of the biggest economies used to be slate mining, and you can still easily access the slate quarries. Very few are barred access. So it's slightly more protective really than burying it in the ground. But I'm going to put the prints in amongst pieces of slate and then again see what happens in return. There'll be, I think, a stark difference between that and some of the other processes. So it'll be a combination of these main four processes which will create the overall body of work. That's the idea at this point. So, although research-based practice is not a cure-all, it should be accepted when it's the most appropriate way of working and addressing a question. I keep getting constantly asked by my supervisors to make sure I defend the reason why I'm a photographer and taking these photographs. In my instance, the intention is that the print connects with the viewer, as if sight becomes touch, enhancing other sensory impressions and memory. Print can transform this theory into surfaces, and with these surfaces we can in turn connect to art through our senses. a photographic print is an object, and my work aims for these objects to become a representation of Hiraeth.
It was utterly fascinating, this Hiraeth, the whole idea of this belonging or I mean longing to a landscape or longing to a land which you cannot reach, and then the idea of tracing it through photography and burying it in the ground and so on. I got so many thoughts in mind that they are difficult to now to get to any certain question. But how do you feel yourself as a Welsh, or is there where does this Hiraeth comes from for you, like personally? What kind of longing do you feel?
Yeah, I was born in Wales, in a little village called Borchwyn, which is the highest village in Wales. And when I was quite young, my family moved to England, and Wales was always referred to as home, no matter how long we lived in England. And throughout the house, there was pictures, imagery of Wales, so I was constantly confronted every day with images of home. My parents phoned home, phoned the parents, it was always referred to that. Now, this whole project really started from me trying to discover or answer the question why I was a photographer. When I moved to England, I spoke a strange combination of Welsh and English. I had to go through years of speech therapy to kind of pluck out the English and get rid of the Welsh. And Mascot's own history about the Welsh language was quite severely oppressed in its history at one point, not so much now. So I've always sort of had a difficulty with languages, and started to think about why I was a photographer. I think it was predominantly how I think and explore and engage with the world through imagery rather than words. So the idea of being Welsh and its connection to my strange connection with language is where the project started. And of course I've got all my relatives there, and all my grandparents are dead now and all buried there, so you always go back, but when I go back I feel a sense of loss. I normally visit graves and sites of the burial, so that's something I do quite often. So that's where it comes from.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the audience? Several. If I give first to begin.
Hey, thanks for that. Yeah, there's a kind of dematerialization sort of process that kind of saw in the process of your talk, and it did make me think of Thomas Bernhard again, but I often do that, thinking things through, and particularly his novel Corrector, which I've worked in relation to a lot, the sort of premise of which essentially is the sort of process of whittling away until the sort of perfect thesis really is where there's none left at the end of the edit. And yeah, so it just got me thinking in relation to your when you came to the slates, made me think a little bit about Gustav Metzger's kind of covered photographic works where you kind of crawl under a kind of canopy on the ground, so the image that's kind of pasted to the ground is sort of not very really visible because of the darkness, and the slates sort of felt like this sort of moment of, it's like what are we looking at when we look at, say, the prints that got really quite sort of like decomposed. You know, it got me thinking, like, in the end, do we need to see a photograph? Like, kind of, you know, it's just that sort of movement that kind of I found really, because it's for me, it's important not to cling on to anything it's like kind of editing. It's like just being willing to like lose everything in the edit overnight or something like that with kind of writing, or at least being willing for that to happen. And it felt like this sort of movement towards like, could there be no visible photograph kind of at the end?
Yeah, certainly.
Just slate.
Yeah, just those prints which were degraded quite a lot made me think about at what point does a photograph stop becoming a photograph? Do we identify as a photograph or do we not? But if this raw source was a photograph, when do we sort of draw this line and this connection? There's something which I find rather perversely quite interesting about the idea of losing the prints and spending all this time and effort to make them, only for them to disappear into nothingness. Which I haven't quite figured out an answer to why I quite like that notion, because I'm walking for miles through all sorts of weather to put a lot of time and effort into making a print, only then to revisit it to find it's gone. But I think, yeah, we all art in some way, I've heard recently, is land art. It's all going to go back to the earth eventually, regardless of how well we're trying to preserve it. It's got a time frame to it, and everything will disappear. So Phil links quite well back into the premise of what I'm trying to achieve.
But the slate will persist.
Yeah, the slate will still be there. I mean, that's quite hard stuff, really. But I quite like the idea how a photograph could photograph slate and say a flower, let's choose a daffodil, and by photographing the two, but now on the same time frame, the photographic print will both last the same amount of time. Even if the slate will still be there and the daffodil will be dead in a couple of days. Yeah.
Sergei, you had a comment.
Yes. What kind of maybe a little bit in the same area, that do you define, like, if you think of your work and then you think that maybe you like some of it other more than some, but do you kind of like go with the gut feeling that, oh, I kind of like this, or is it like more theoretical that because this and this and this thing implies in here, I think it's better? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I like to think both coincide. I think there's always that moment when you're developing a print in the darkroom, you see in the tray, you get that instant moment of thinking whether it's successful or not. You have the punctum and sanctum in a photograph, and you see and think, yes, that's it. But it does tend to coincide with the research, and I think one does interact and weave with the other. I can't really separate the research with the practice, and I can't really separate the practice with the research. So ideally, the kind of gut feeling does happen at the same time as the theoretical thought, and they're both successful. But at least that's the idea.
Thank you.
Any? Yeah.
I have a question from the chat.
Right.
So this is a bit longer comment from Elizabeth Ran, who is also presenting in the next session. So I will read it to you. Hi there, James. Thank you for your presentation. Absolutely fascinating photography and very close to my heart. I'm also researching similar topics, and I wonder if you have come across Philippe de Brigard's writing from Duke University. His research centers around homesickness, nostalgia, and I believe he looks at Jerez too. Might be interesting for your practice. Also loving the 1 minute to walk works. You spoke a little bit about the intimate moment when you have the land, when you bury the prints. Do you think it is the process of going on these walks, burying these prints, the time you spend in the space and interacting with the landscape, the act of making, is what allows you to explore concepts of Jerez, or is it something specifically about the analog process, or perhaps both? You can also see it from here if you want to.
certainly think putting the time in situ on the ground, as it were, does enhance the feeling of Hiraeth. I think the air is different, the light's different in Wales, so being in Wales, regardless of any photographic work, whether I'm there photographing or not, I get a sense of Hiraeth. Yeah, and I think digging up bits of the earth and putting things in the ground, use those analog process to have that sort of tactile relationship with the process also enhances that. I think there's something very strong where we're doing something with your hands, which is important, because it engages with the senses. We have sort of multiple senses. I think touch can be one of the most important ones to engage with the place. So I think that's important.
Thank you, James. Thank you. And, the next we are continuing with break.
Hello everybody, a small maintenance issue. Those of you who were with us yesterday know that we have this tradition of taking the group photo, and this will be the second day in a row. We will be continuing with this tradition. So if I hope everybody wants to participate. Sari is probably outside waiting for you, and she'll be quick about it. So let's again take one group photo, and it's a lovely day outside and quite cold, I'm sorry, but this is the Finnish way. So please come.
So hello again everybody. We are back from the break and the traditional portrait we took outside. Thank you, Pauliina and Sari, for that. And now we are continuing with the theme of Hiraeth. We already had a good presentation about with James. This is partly my personal interest towards Hiraeth and landscape and belonging, which you can now see in our program. So we are having another one, another perspective, another researcher artist, and another presentation by Mary Pearson from Plymouth University, talking about lumen prints and landscapes of memory. Welcome, Mary.
Hello everyone, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work, and to the organisers, especially Jenna, for all your hard work in putting this conference together. My name is Mary Pearson, and I am in the final year, hopefully, and fingers crossed, of my PhD research at Plymouth University in the United Kingdom. And I'm very sorry I can't be with you for this conference. My doctoral research is an investigation into the personal, creative and artistic response into the local boundaries where I live in southwest England. It is divided into 3 nodes: the area where I live, the footprint of my home, and finally the imagined borders of memory and imagination. Hinterland is about walking the parish border of Shaldon, where I live, and where I can trace family for over 300 years. It is discovering what a border is, and how something seemingly invisible can be represented through photography, attachment, and belonging to place. Y2 is researching the borders of home. During repeated lockdowns, it is about discovering an attachment through the notion of the meaning of home, and through the act of being in the garden, and how cultivated landscapes can aid understanding of place. Hiraeth, with these repeated lockdowns, the desire to leave the house grew less and less. This is the investigation into a different kind of border, that of memory and the mind. Landscapes have played an important role in my life, and this is an exploration into the mountains of my mind. Through exploring place, through memories, and utilising lumen printing, one of the earliest forms of photography. Critically, among other notions, the thesis is pushing the boundaries of representation. So the element of my doctoral research I'm talking about today is Hiraeth, a Welsh word, as James has said, that has no direct English meaning. Looking at the history of the usage of the word, It was in use in the early 1800s, when there was an exodus of people from Wales to Patagonia in South America. There is still a relatively large Welsh community in Patagonia who appear to have kept a very strong, undiluted and independent Welsh cultural character. I began working on Hiraeth in November 2021, so 4 or 5 months in the making, and still developing. My grandmother was born in a remote village in North Wales, Bryneglis, in 1917, and although she left at the age of 18, she remembered the character of her homeland with affection and longing until she left us in September 2020, aged 103. Hiraeth is that sense of longing and nostalgia of a place that once was, or maybe never was. In On Longing, Stuart wrote, "The location of desire, or more particularly, the direction of force in the desiring narrative, is always a future past, a deferment of experience in the direction of origin." End quote. It can be everywhere and nowhere. As Yu-Fu Tuan wrote, familiarity is a characteristic of the past. The home provides an image of the past. Moreover, in an ideal sense, home lies at the centre of one's life, and centre connotes origin and beginning. I am a pebble gatherer, and I have stones from most places I have visited. It has become a collection of memories, each kept, and when held, become a tangible connection to the place, and to my memories. This series is a way of reliving these happy memories in places where I have deep connections. These images have been created through the Lumen process, so I've developed an imagined landscape, or a landscape of memory, my own chronotopic landscape of the imagination that instantly connects me to a time and place through longing and memory. Mikhail Bakhtin borrowed the word chronotope from Einstein's theory of relativity. Although he used this in relation to literature, I believe that it can be considered in terms of other art forms. Bakhtin believed that chronotope, meaning inseparability of time-space, could be used to appreciate the interconnectedness between elements. Haptics is a form of communication through physical contact. The tactile qualities of an object allow us to recognize shapes and forms, as well as opening a rich and complex system of felt phenomenology, where feelings and emotions are created. It is a communication system that involves the mind and the body. As I hold the pebbles prior to placing, I am taken through memory and also touched the time I was at this place, linking with Proust's remembrance of things past. Proust wrote that we are able to find everything in our memory, which is like a dispensary or chemical laboratory, in which chance steers our hand sometimes to a soothing drug and sometimes to a dangerous poison. These particular stones are from a beach in Brittany, a place filled with many happy memories. In September 2021, when travel was permitted, I visited the erupting volcano in Iceland, where I collected some of the most recently formed rocks on Earth. Please don't make me try and say the name of the volcano, because I won't do it justice. These fragile fragments called magma bring back the smell of sulfur, the intense heat, and the sight of flowing lava, and the sheer joy of witnessing such a sight. Something to consider is David Howe's writing. To what extent are touch, taste, and smell worthy of extended cultural consideration? Taking this one step further, I turn to using pre-drawn templates to create mountainous landscapes of the imagination. And as with the stones, there was a meditative quality in making this work. Only as the light changes the colour of the paper do I decide which template to use next. The intensity of the light, the length of time the templates are left in place, and the type of photographic paper that I use all affect the outcomes. I can see how inspired I have been by volcanic landscapes, particularly of Iceland. Seeing a random mark on the paper, I am able to visualize a trace of steam rising from the top of a distant crater. Others may not even notice or see this. You may see and be reminded of other landscapes. This is how this particular artwork, and most other forms of art, allow affective responses. Our interpretations lie within our personal histories and sensitivities, along with shared perceptual and cultural associations. Affect theory plays a significant role in the creation of this work. Reminiscent of Roland Barthes, who in Camera Lucida longs for the aura of his late mother in his search through photographs, the desire to find her spirit rather than a mere physical likeness. This essence is important, which gives it an individual quality. This aura to him was a wound, an emotional reaction, a feeling, a haptic response. In Brown Thu's feeling photography, the punctum that Barthes describes as the emotional centre of a photograph, end quote. There is a direct correlation between haptics and effect, which I am exploring more closely within my thesis. James Joyce wrote the words, "Places remember events," in the margins of his notes for Ulysses, which resonates with me. Yet how true is this? Within Hinterland, another node of work created for my doctoral research about walking the parish boundary, I have written about the layers of memories through footprints. But does the land actually remember? Is the land anthropomorphized? The romantic in me would like to think this is true, but surely it is humans who compose these memories. Yet Karen Barad's thinking is that we are all entangled, both human and non-human, which brings other elements into consideration, along with Deleuze and Guattari and their thinking about rhizomes. As I open the old paper stocks, there is an overwhelming smell, one that can't quite be described. It is musty, old, and chemically. I found that the age and chemical composition affected the outcome of these imaginative lands. With a level of experimentation, I became more aware of the capabilities and could really begin to investigate this layering process. It is as though these are metaphorical layers of memory, with each layer being an added remembrance. It is possible to consider each valley holding a recollection, and the further back you look, the older the memories that have been unlocked. These voices come through both individually and can be viewed as a whole. Simon Schachner wrote, "Before it can ever be a repose for the senses, landscape is a work of the mind. Scenery is built up as much from strata of memory as from layers of rock." This is how Hirith has developed, the strata of memory that I've been developing ever since I took my first breaths, and thinking about the opening line of Berger's Ways of Seeing. Seeing comes before words. The child looks and recognizes before it can speak. This adds another layer of thinking, as it seems to contradict Schachner. Sedimentary rocks are layers upon layers of silt, rock, detritus, and fossils, which allow, when exposed, the visibility of a cross-section of time at a particular place in a space. My PhD research is following a similar footing. The layers of research form in essence the memories, or sedimentary rock, that are me. By investigating these relationships in the area where I live, I have had the opportunity to explore myself. Not something I set out to do, but it has become a reflective, affective, and enlightening study. A slight digression, but I wanted to show you the envelopes that the paper had been stored in. My stock of photographic paper has increased, and it's been quite addictive searching for different types of paper from a variety of countries. The oldest is from 1906, quite a number from the 1930s, and others from the 1950s. Some of the envelopes have been kept in less than ideal conditions for conventional photography, but not for my purposes, and have allowed for a unique and revealing outcome. The envelopes have been scanned at a high resolution, and I found within them new landscapes. These appear to be the night sky, with the dust from the envelope appearing like stars and planets. Normally, I would remove all dust in post-production, but in this instance, it seemed essential not to. As David Campney discussed regarding his 2017 exhibition, Dust to Dust, many artists explore dust as material and metaphor, alluding to a time and mortality. It was very interesting to hear Nicholas, Danny and Robin speak about dust yesterday, and I felt there were many crossovers in our thinking, along with Melanie and her photographs of the night sky and stars. And this thinking is a focus of a piece I'm currently writing about haptics and materiality, the physical object made digital and the implications of such. The opportunities are endless, and it seems that I am finding mountains everywhere. Once again, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to present my research. Very quickly, the references for you if you're interested. And that's me finished. Thank you very much. I've had this as a placeholder because I know Jenna requested that yesterday, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions or comments from the audience at this point? Well, I could ask something. How do you feel that your path through lumen print photographs of the land has changed your view on this Hiraeth your grandmother had? And do you feel closer to her, or do you feel that you understand more of the feeling she had? Oh, so how do you feel that the path through this lumen print photographs of the land has changed your view on this Hiraeth your grandmother had, or has it changed it, basically?
Okay, let me just read this. How do you feel that the path through this lumen print of the land has changed your view? I think for me, the exploration, it started more after she passed, because we were constantly talking about her history walking in the mountains, and she grew up in a very poor rural area, and she had to do her chores, and then she was allowed to go off and do a little bit of exploration and then come back. And she used to talk about these walks when she would go out collecting wild flowers, bring them back, and her mum would find every little sort of jam jar and things to store these flowers because she couldn't bear to throw them away. And for me, it's an act of remembrance. I visited North Wales with her, and we went back, we did a 100th birthday jubilee tour for her, and we walked down through Bryneglis, which is a very, very tiny village, and she remembered every farm name, every family that lived in those farmhouses. And that act of remembrance I am doing as I remember her, as I am making these lumen prints, I'm remembering her, and I actually make them in her room because she lived with us. And so I'm actually sat in what was her bedroom now, and I am making the lumen prints here by her window where she looked out onto the garden in Devon. so that she's constantly with us. And I think that it's just embedded more deeply those memories of her and of North Wales, because I've never lived there, I've just visited. But as James has said, you know, he has family buried there as well. I have family buried there. And there is that link. And Robin was speaking yesterday about you're buried in your ancestral land and you feel that connection. And I do feel that pull to North Wales. So it really is tying family links and making things tighter. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, yes, very well, thank you. Any other questions or comments from our audience here or online audience?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering, because you mentioned the concept of Hirat, I don't know how to pronounce it, and also you mentioned the history of your grandmother, but your landscapes are from other places in the world that you also has just visited. How do you connect this feeling of Hirat with those strange landscapes you collect?
Danny, hi Danny. Wondering, because you mentioned the concept of Hirith, also you mentioned the history of your grandmother, but the landscapes are from other places in the world. How do you connect these other landscapes to Hirith? Before lockdown, I was a great explorer. I liked to travel whenever I could, and I think I have to take it one step back actually to explain this properly. When I was 16, I was very poorly, and I developed chronic fatigue, or ME, which I still suffer the effects from today. And I was pretty much bedridden for a good proportion of 6 months when I was 16, and I couldn't do anything, I couldn't go to school. So I took solace in maps. And I would see something on the television, a place, I think Ulaanbaatar used to come up a lot in Mongolia. And I'd get an atlas and I'd find it on a map, and then I'd track a route to find that place. And my mum is a geographer. So maps, atlases, place has always been a very important part of my life. And so these connections to places I feel through maps, and then now with Google Maps, you do feel like you can have a connection. And I'm the kind of person that when I visit somewhere, I form a connection quite quickly to it because I'm interested in exploring. I want to know everything about a place. I remember going to Paris for the first time, and I was just like a child in a sweet shop because I was just going around and looking around at all the buildings, and I was just absolutely in awe of it. And I think that need to understand and that want to understand, and the landscapes of Iceland, I've been interested in Iceland my whole life. I've had maps, atlases, I didn't have, actors on the walls of my room. I had maps and things like that. So visiting these places, I want to bring them home with me. And I want to have that connection all the time. And this is my way of doing that. So the stones, for example, I have little pots everywhere of stones around the house. And some big jars as well, but we don't talk about that too much. So it's about bringing a little piece of the landscape home with you. And by making these prints, I'm creating a record of those landscapes. And they can be somewhere and nowhere. They're an amalgam of landscapes. So there's a little bit of Wales, there's a little bit of Iceland, there's a bit of Greenland, there's a bit of Devon, there's a bit of everywhere in them. And I think that's what makes that connection.
Hi. Just a question about the prints. They're in kind of circle formations. So just a really simple question about why circles and not grids or lines, or just interested.
Becky, just a question about prints. They're in circle formation, why circles? Hi, Becky. I like order. And for me, a circle is, in my mind, is very ordered. I did make some where I sort of threw them onto the paper, and it just looked too messy and too chaotic, and I don't do well with chaos. I like order, and this is my way of keeping things nice and ordered and symmetrical. And then I started reading about mandalas and how they work. But the truth is, it was just about having something ordered, and it looked aesthetically nicer. I know I shouldn't use that word as a photographer and artist, than in a line. So not a very academic response, I'm afraid.
Any other questions or comments?
This is more a comment and continuation to Becky's question, because to me immediately the stone circles obviously brought in mind the Stonehenge and other related stone circles that are very famous and all throughout the world anciently, so that might be also a good context for you.
Sorry. Yeah.
More of a comment to Becky's question to me, the circles. Yes, absolutely. Just thought of the Easter Island heads that circle.
Just one final reference, really, for on the same. There's a I can't remember the author's name. Book I'm just listening to on like joy. I'll get the author's name, but just last night she was describing how people will just naturally drag chairs into a circle. Sort of like it's like this sort of communing of beings. It's like the most natural way for like a group of people to be together is to kind of drag the chairs into a sort of loose circle, and it was just making me kind of think about that in terms of how these stones are kind of being together in a way. So it kind of there's that sort of logic of, and that's kind of under the context of how we find joy. So.
Most naturally gather into a circle, and it's sort of in the context of this sort of manifesto on joy. Beautiful.
People sometimes commute or I think you're right, Becky. It's something that I need to explore in more detail. But absolutely, campfires, things like that. It's a very welcoming symbol, and also you've got the idea of that circle of trust and those kind of elements. So yes, I think you are absolutely right. That manifestation of joy is a very important element to consider. Thank you. I hadn't actually considered that before. Thank you very much for bringing that to mind.
Okay. Thank you, Mary, for the presentation.
Thank you so much. Bye.
And now we are continuing on our path through land and maybe also belonging. This theme follows us today. So the next presenter is Elizabeth Ransom from University for the Creative Arts Farnham. And she will be talking to us with a presentation Unfixing Photography using soil chromatography to record place attachment. And welcome Elizabeth.
Sorry, I had muted myself. Hello, and thank you so much for having me today at this wonderful symposium. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but it has been a pleasure to learn from all of the brilliant presentations so far. My name is Elizabeth Ransom, and I'm a part-time PhD practice-based research student at the University for the Creative Arts Farnham. The research that I will be sharing with you today will give you a brief overview of my PhD thesis, as well as focusing specifically on one of my key themes, place attachment. I would like to acknowledge before I get started that one of the main concerns of my research and of this presentation is migration. I realize that I am presenting this research during a time of uncertainty and danger for many recently displaced people as a direct result of the war in Ukraine. According to the reports posted by the UN Refugee Council yesterday, around 1 million people are on the move, with up to 4 million refugees predicted if fighting continues. My thoughts are with those who are affected by these current events. The title of my PhD is Visualizing Transnationality: How Women Transcribe the Experience of Migration Using Alternative Photographic Processes. Building on theories of place attachment, cultural hybridity, and transnational feminism, this research investigates the lived experience of migrant women and how this complex understanding is visualized using alternative photographic methods. Concepts of home, belonging, duality, and nostalgia are explored in this thesis. Using a mixed methodological approach, this research combines autoethnographic practices as well as interviews and case studies of migrant women artists. This research questions how experimental processes such as soil chromatography, cyanotypes, and film soup can go beyond fixed understandings of photography and allow a process-based approach. In addition, this thesis investigates how alternative photographic practices and visualizing the migrant experience intersect. Although this presentation will mostly focus on place attachment, I will now briefly share with you 3 of the key ideas that are woven throughout my research. Sorry, I just realized I don't have my video on. Hi there, sorry everyone. The migratory experience is a complex and individual occurrence that covers a myriad of circumstances. Migration includes those who have fled war-stricken countries to become refugees in new lands, people who have moved to another country to support family members, economic migrant workers who seek financial stability in locations distant from their place of birth, people seeking adventure and a new way of life, and increasingly more common, environmental migrants forced to leave their home due to the adverse effects of climate change. Because migration is such a wide-ranging topic, I could not possibly cover the entirety of this complex experience into one PhD. Therefore, for the purpose of my thesis, I am looking specifically at the experience of women immigrants who have developed a transnational identity as a result of their migration. I use the term immigration to refer to someone who has emigrated from their country of origin and settled permanently in a new home. In addition, although I understand that a person may migrate for a variety of reasons, this research will not go specifically into detail regarding expats, economic migrant workers, nomadic people, refugees, or asylum seekers, but rather looks at immigration through the lens of women immigrants who identify as having a transnational identity regardless of their motive for migration. I have chosen to focus my research on the experience of women migrants, as past research has overlooked the role women play in migration, and past data collection has been biased and frequently from the perspective of men. Gender is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, forces shaping human life, and accordingly, it influences migration and migrants' lives. Nonetheless, gender has been regularly sidelined in scholarly research on international migration over the past 100 years. If we do not take gender into consideration when investigating the transnational experience, then we disregard the valuable conditions that influence hybridity and ignore the challenges women face through migration. As society becomes increasingly interconnected through globalization, transnational identity has become a more frequently used term among immigrant populations. The term transnational, in its simplest form, can be described as when home means more than one country. This is often experienced by immigrants after leaving their place of origin and relocating to a new place of residence. This movement contributes to feelings of loss, displacement, and calls into question definitions of belonging, home, and identity. Transnational is a term that has been used frequently among psychologists, social scientists, geographers, and philosophers since the 20th century. However, for the purpose of this research, I will be using transnational identity specifically to mean the transformative experience of an immigrant who has roots in more than one location, and this connection to multiple places has impacted on their definition of self. The last key theme that I will share with you today is the migrant aesthetic. Art historian and cultural critic T.J. Demos believes that there is a specific migrant aesthetic that has come to be over the last few decades. This aesthetic has been generated in response to the challenge of finding an adequate way to express the effects of displacement and the complicated realms of the transnational condition. Demos challenges the fixedness of conventional categorizations such as identity and medium. He asserts that the simple act of being mobile enables a person to understand multiplicity. This understanding alone can be conducive to creativity. By enduring experiences outside of fixed understandings, Demos suggests that creative outputs may benefit from this transformation despite the complications and vulnerabilities that migration also entails, and enables creative to look beyond mediums. The migrant aesthetic is then characterized by a mixing of mediums, an overlapping of traditions in reflection of the mixedness of transnationality. I believe there are certain processes within the realm of photography that lend themselves well to this aesthetic. It is the non-conventional, layered, and process-based approaches of alternative photographic techniques that often go beyond the traditional borders of the medium that can be used by immigrants to translate their experience. This research predominantly employs autoethnographic methodologies and explores one important element of transnationality, place attachment. I will now share with you my practice-based research that specifically investigates place attachment, a key part of the transnational experience. Place attachment, defined by geographer David Seaman as the emotional bonds between people and a particular place or environment, is an influential characteristic of transnationality. Place attachment can occur between an individual and their place of origin, their place of residence, and oftentimes both. This experience is difficult to measure and cannot be simply defined by singular attributes such as the length of time spent in a place or the perceived beauty of the location. Rather, place attachment is interdependent with other aspects of place. For example, geographical and cultural qualities, relative rootedness in place, degree of personal and social involvement, quality of life, environmental aesthetics, individual and group identity with place, and so forth. Seaman explains that there are many contributing factors to place attachment. It is a very individual experience that occurs through a series of events and circumstances specific to each location and person. You cannot simply measure a person's degree of attachment to place on one singular component. Dr. Claire Rishbeth adds to the argument that it is perhaps not just external factors, but in fact the migrant must make the active decision to participate in the attachment. Place attachment develops as an embodiment of choices of participation and individual movements, interweaving a personal sense of identity with that of belonging and attachment to a specific neighborhood or city. It is the act of participation between the immigrant and the place that develops place attachment and contributes to the transnational existence. Seaman suggests there are certain contributing factors to place attachment. One of these factors is routine. Everyday, habitual routines regularly happening in place are one important foundation for long-term involvement and identity with place, which in turn sustain and are sustained by feelings of attachment to that place. Place attachment and place identity are often formed with locations of routine rather than places of profound significance. It is not the location that hold important memories, such as the place you lost your first tooth or the location you first learned to drive, but rather unsuspecting places, sites that are characterized by regular involvement and routine. Seaman suggests that places sustained by long-term habitual interaction are often locations that provide the groundwork for place attachment. Against this background, I have drawn from my own experience of migration as a woman to investigate the intricacies of place attachment, declarative episodic memory, and the role of gender and the possibility of a migrant aesthetic in relation to my own experience of transnationality. I was born in the UK, growing up not far from where I live now in the south of England. When I was 9 years old, I immigrated to the United States and spent the next 15 years living in Washington State. As an adult, I returned to the UK to complete my education. This experience has deeply impacted on my understanding of identity, my attachments to place, and my relationship with home. As I reflected on places I was attached to, I realized that there was a walk that I used to go on as a child every day from my house to my school, which as children, my siblings and I called the woods. After immigrating to America, I returned to this site repeatedly on short trips home and retraced those footsteps I had once walked as a child. I decided to return to this personally significant site and create a record of my place of attachment. My aim is to repeat the walk in all 4 seasons, fall, spring, summer, and winter, as an attempt to map this location using alternative photographic processes. I have completed the first 3 sets, spring, summer, and autumn, which I will share with you today. By retracing my footsteps, I am creating a photographic representation of the space and a personal archive of a significant element of my transnationality. During my walks, I collect soil samples and plant samples to use in my image making. I document these samples along with the date, season that the walk took place in, as well as the latitude and longitude coordinates. Here is an example of the samples I collected from the spring set. I then used the soil chromatography process to create photographic images of the soil and plant samples taken from this site. I learned this photographic process in August 2019 from artist and researcher Hannah Fletcher in a workshop organized by the London Alternative Photography Collective. Soil chromatography is a photographic process that is often used by farmers to assess the quality of soil. These images can provide valuable information about soil structure, minerals available, and biological diversity. Soil chromatography is also a photographic process that uses silver nitrate and capillary action to create an image of the plant solution. These images show the soil chromatography process from coating the paper in silver nitrate, extracting the liquid solution from the plant and soil, coating the now light-sensitive paper using capillary action, and lastly, exposing the chromatography prints to light. Here is a diagram of how the plant solution is dispersed onto the light-sensitive paper by traveling up a wick using capillary action onto the paper, which is then exposed to light, resulting in a photographic image. This example here from my spring set showcases the rings that would have been used by farmers to determine what minerals were available in the sample. I then experimented with the application of silver nitrate and soil solution to the filter paper by scrunching up the paper and soaking it directly into the soil solution. I also experimented with using pipettes to drip solution onto the light-sensitive surface of the paper and folding the paper in various shapes. Furthermore, these discs map this site through all 4 seasons, recording the changes in the environmental makeup of this landscape over the period of a year. They capture the bloom of a daffodil in spring, the damp soil of a stream bed in autumn, the juice of a hollyberry in winter, and the leaf of a dandelion in summer. Each ecological sample captured on the light-sensitive surface of the chromatography print. Soil chromatography prints are unable to be fixed, like regular photographic prints, and will forever change and adapt over time the more they are exposed to light. The colors will become darker and the lines will fade over time. This process reflects the experience of transnationality. An immigrant's identity is never fixed. It is forever impacted by this experience and will continue to develop and change over time in the same way that the soil chromatography prints do. Here are a few examples of my series, The Woods, exhibited in 2 recent exhibitions in London as part of the exhibition Abstract at Espasio Gallery, and in Folkestone in a group exhibition with fellow UCA PhD students Annette Mills, Simon Elmetti, and Lulu Morris, titled Landscape and Materiality at the Brewery Tap Gallery. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Elisabeth. Truly interesting. Any questions or comments from the audience coming up, or any thoughts? Well, I could ask, within this project, how do you feel, Elisabeth, when you saw these forms appearing on your papers? Did they somehow convey this feeling of attachment to the land eventually, or was it more like an experiment towards it somehow?
Hi, Katri. Thank you for your question. When you did this project, how do you feel, Elizabeth, when you saw these forms appearing on your papers? Did they somehow convey this feeling of attachment to the land eventually, or was it more like an experiment towards it somehow? Great question. And I think this is one of the key things, key parts of my PhD that I'm really looking into at the moment. When I started the project, it was more of an excitement about using a new process that I had never done before. And like was mentioned in yesterday's talk, these analog processes are very magical. And so when I first saw the images forming, it is really quite a magical experience, and also just a huge relief that it worked. So that is sort of part of the sort of initial reason why I was so excited to use this process. But then as I did the process, it became much more of a ritual, sort of a returning to this place that I had returned to many, many times before, but for the purpose of my research, it had become a place that I was revisiting because it was part of my PhD. It was for work. It wasn't just to go and visit itself. So I think for me, it's sort of the attachment and the feeling of attachment to the space and the land came from doing the walks and the ritualistic sort of revisiting and the performance as well of doing the walks and gathering the materials. It's always a little bit awkward as I walk along sort of digging up soil samples, and there's always like kids. It's quite a popular walk, so there's lots of families walking their dogs, and they always look at me like I am insane, just with a bunch of bags with soil in them. So I think it's the being there, doing the sort of the performance of gathering the materials, and then the making of the work as well. I think, yeah, really sort of for me has aided in that attachment to the place. Whereas, you know, I might not have returned so frequently had I not been doing this project. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the audience? Yes, Danny.
Thank you for the presentation. At the beginning, you mentioned that you were interested in particular, at least this is what I understood, in the female migrant identity. And I would like to know, how do you connect this process and these images to being a female migrant? Thank you.
Hi, Danny. Thank you for your question. In the beginning, you mentioned you were interested in female migrant identity. I'd like to know, how do you connect these images and the process to female migration? Great question. And I think for this particular project that I'm doing, it doesn't necessarily speak to the transnational feminism that I'm researching in my PhD. I think there are other projects that I'm working on that are much more closely related to that theme. I bring it up because it is part of my PhD, and so it's an important element. But because because my research is predominantly autobiographical, so I'm taking sort of an autoethnographic approach, methodological approach, I guess, so this reflection on how it has affected me personally as a woman, and how my response to place attachment and to migration maybe not necessarily differs, but just sort of putting it down on paper, so sort of that acknowledgement of the experience. So I wouldn't say necessarily that this particular project is directly related to a woman's experience of migration. However, it is my own experience, and as a woman and as an immigrant, this is my own understanding of place attachment. And so I think one of the really important things about feminism, particularly in transnational research, is that a lot of women's experiences haven't been cataloged and haven't been researched. I was reading, I can't remember the author of the article, but they were saying that I think it was like up until like the 70s, traditionally women in migration studies wouldn't even be interviewed, especially if they were married. It would be any data collection would be done from the male perspective, and so it was men talking on behalf of women. And so for me, just the fact that all of my PhD research is specifically working with women or people who identify as women, and gathering their experiences and putting it into a PhD and saying, hey, this is important, this needs to be recognized, and this needs to be written about and researched, that in itself. So went off on a bit of a tangent there, but hopefully that answers your question.
By believing that the Earth would be able to figure something, would you give a definition of your project as something linked to animism? Is it animism? That's the word. Animist? To animist? Yeah, to animist.
Valeron, would you give the definition of your project as related to something animist? What do you mean by animist? Sorry, coming back to the question, this is probably time consuming.
Animism is the belief that the natural elements are regulated by the same rules as the human mind. To say it shortly.
I think it is the belief that the natural elements are regulated by some rules, such as the human mind. Interesting. That's not a term that I've come in contact with, so I really enjoy it. The natural elements are regulated by some rules, such as the human mind. Interesting. It's something I'll have to look into deeper. I'm sorry, that's not really an answer to your question. It's not something I've come across, but it does look really interesting, so I'll definitely have to add that to my list of things to research. Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments? I could maybe ask one myself still. How do you feel is that you walk in the landscape or in the land? Is the walking important part of the process? There is this one Finnish artist, Annette Arlander, who has meetings with landscape so that she returns to the same place in a landscape for several years during different seasons and meets with the land and the landscape by sitting in it, basically. And then she records these meetings. And I was wondering if you feel that the walking is important because of the migration, or would the attachment to the land form also somehow just during the process of sitting in it? Or staying put, basically. A bit long question, but it got me thinking.
Oh, this is a long one. Just a second. Hi, Katri. Is the walking an important part of the process? There is a Finnish artist, Annette Arlander. Yes, great artist, who has meetings with landscapes by returning to the same place in a landscape many times throughout the years in different seasons, and she sits in the landscape and records these meetings. Do you feel that walking is important because of migration, or would attachment to the land form also through the process of staying put in it? Really great question. And I think perhaps maybe this is a individual experience that, you know, it might be different for somebody else, but for me personally, I find walking to be really meditative and a really great way to engage with the landscape. One of the people that I've interviewed for this PhD, she is British and she moved to New Zealand, and she has found that the way that she became acquainted with her new landscape and became connected to her new home and sort of gathered an understanding of the place that she is now living in was simply just through going on a walk every single day and just really being one with nature and exploring the natural environment. And so for her, and I think a couple other people that I interviewed as well, they've mentioned similar things about being, you know, physically going out into the world and walking and, you know, being in fresh air. I think we have a great deal of thanks to give to the natural environment. And I think for me personally, walking is a huge part of the process. And I think it's something I've always done as a kid, but definitely now as an adult, and obviously during the pandemic, something that I do much more enjoy. And I'm going to make myself sound really lame now, but I have started hiking when I go back to America in the mountains, and I'm not very good. But just the process of being in the mountains and, in the forest and just being with the landscape has now created an attachment to America that I haven't had before, which is really interesting and something that I'm hoping to investigate in some future projects. So yeah, I think the walking is really important for me. It might not be the same for everyone, and like I said in my presentation, the migration experience is so very individual to each person. So for me, yes. But maybe not for others. I'm not sure. Maybe something else to research. Another PhD, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments more? Well, thank you so much, Elisabeth, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's been such a pleasure to be here today. And also, I'd just like to say to Mary and James, perhaps we should start like a research group or something. I feel like our research is very connected. So thank you so much for having me. And I will pop back into the other room to watch the rest of the presentations. Thank you so much.
Great. So we'll continue now here with lunch. And Paulinas and Satu will be taking you to lunch. I have a couple of things to do here, and I will accompany you later on. But the place is the same where we were yesterday, Ravintola Restaurant Hima et Sali, just over there. So have a great lunch, and after the lunch we come back here. Oh, is there some? Yeah, at 1 o'clock when we will be having our keynote speech from Jill Enfield. So please be in time, as you have been wonderfully. So see you on lunch, and then 1 o'clock with our online audience. So hello again, everybody, and welcome to join us here in the Finnish Museum of Photography today on Saturday, and we are continuing with our program. And our next program item, I'm truly honored to invite here with me artist Jill Enfield, who's our keynote speaker of this symposium. When we first started to plan this symposium, the name Jill Enfield was one of the first ones to come up in our conversations. She is a renowned artist, respected researcher and educator who has published 3 books on this huge variety of analog photographic processes, also called as alternative processes. She has works in many museums and private collections, and her works have been exhibited throughout the world in museums and galleries. She has written and researched on so many techniques that it seems almost surreal to know all of these, and she is considered as one of the contemporary masters on the analog photography field, a title not too often given for female artists. Her vision and groundbreaking approach give her art this aura of completeness, at the same time with subtle nuances. Her work moves effortlessly in the sphere of reality and also in the dream, in my opinion. We are truly honored to have Jill here as our keynote speaker, so thank you for accepting our invitation, and welcome.
Thank you so much. I am truly enjoying myself and love listening to everybody's talks. So thank you so much. And you have worked so hard in putting this together. It's quite impressive. So thank you for having me here. So first, that is me at 3 or 4. But notice the camera on the chair. I always had these little brownie cameras. My family had the first camera store in Miami Beach, Florida, which is, believe it or not, I was born there. I'm from there. But have been in New York now for more than half of my life. But I've always had a camera, but never thought about being a photographer as a career until I noticed that I was photographing more than being in college at my classes. And so I dropped out and went to photography classes and workshops, and then became a photographer, then went back to school as an older person, and quite enjoyed it at that point. So I just want to start with giving you a little bit of of an idea of where I came from. It seems to be a theme with quite a few people today about what their family life was like and how we then got into our art careers. So that was good planning, I think, on the association. So this is just a 2-minute movie. Hello, my name is Jill Enfield. I am a first-generation American through my father, whose family escaped Nazi Germany thanks to the defiant efforts of the Leitz family, who founded Leica Cameras. In 1939, they helped my family open the first camera store in Miami Beach, Florida. As a youngster during the 50s, I would overhear questions awkwardly presented to my father because of his German accent, at a time when German ancestry was considered controversial. I guess in a way the challenges that faced him became a part of me as a little girl. Around 2005, already an established professional photographer, I learned the century-old technique of wet plate collodion, which made me think of the long-ago portraits of immigrants, which were found everywhere as records of their arrival. Each immigrant portrait reminded me of what their lives must have been like. Had they not come, it would have been a great loss to the nation, because it is these determined, hard-working visionaries who are a part of the evolution of the United States on its path to greatness. There is no denying that the transportation available to those who chose to leave their ancestral beginnings has become much easier for people today. The difference between the deplorable conditions and hardships of an ocean crossing as compared to a 6 to 10 hour flight now is drastic. Convenience of travel is the only thing that has changed. For this reason, the portraits of the immigrants included in this exhibition were made with the same wet plate collodion photographic process, a metaphor to remind the viewer that to choose to be an immigrant remains a perilous path. As for the glass house of immigrant portraits, this started when I relocated to the Hudson Valley and noticed the wonderful antique windows, found not only as the signature style of restored historic homes and buildings, but also strewn along highways at flea markets and garage sales, as well as construction sites. Soon our garage was filled with them, and thanks to master craftsman Greg Barnard, the individual components were assembled into a single glass house installation you see now, clear panes replaced with transparent portraits of immigrants from around the world. As they say, people in glass houses should not throw stones. Keep in mind, we are all immigrants in one form or another. Therefore, we are all a part of the soul of this country, and each of us hold a major contribution to our culture and to the culture of the world at large. So I will get back to that body of work and talk about that more later on. So for now, this was my family's store in Frankfurt, Germany. Our name was Ehrenfeld. Also, I guess I would just want to say, in that movie, I was talking about immigration, not refugees, and I know that they're not having such an easy time at the moment. The Leica family is who helped get us out of Germany. Well, not get us out of Germany. They had a visa from families that were already in the United States, but when Kristallnacht happened, there was no more money or way to exchange things and take anything out of Germany. And the Leica family, known as Ernst Leitz, was the owner at the time, arranged for my family to be able to get equipment so that they could open up a store. And so this store was in Miami Beach on Lincoln Road, if anyone's been there. It's an outdoor mall area now. It wasn't at the time. And what's really weird is that both stores, the one in Frankfurt and the one in Miami Beach, are now restaurants. So my family has eaten at both stores. It's very bizarre. So this is just an example of a print that I took, an image that I took on film with a Hasselblad and then made into a platinum palladium on handmade paper. So I've never been able to just take a picture from a camera and leave it. I've always had to do something else with it. You know, I guess now they call it post-processing. I don't know what we would, I mean, it's just what I do. You know, I can't leave anything alone, including when I walk around with a Diana camera and then take that further as well. But I love taking pictures with a plastic camera because when you're shooting with, or even the Hasselblad, anything that looks different than a phone at this point in time, or a 35 millimeter camera, people sort of leave you alone. They don't understand what you're doing. And so it's quite nice to, and able to walk around without people bothering you. So the first sort of different kinds of thing I did was, I guess, black and white infrared film. I was a medical photographer in between college the first time and college the second time because I had to make a living. And of course I had a job where they have you walk around. We needed to shoot with infrared film because it showed the venous movement through a body much differently, that it pops out. Infrared film means beyond the red, and so it sees differently than we do. And it makes everything a little bit more grainy and soft. You have more white areas. It renders the plant life white because of the chlorophyll. And so it, I think it gives a more surreal look than regular film. And so I could handle that a little bit better than, I didn't want anything to look too realistic. I wanted it to look like how I felt I saw, which was very different than real life, I guess. So infrared film was used by the armed forces, and you know, if tanks were hidden by foliage, the foliage was dead, so they could tell that it wasn't real and that something was hidden under there. So they would use that with the military, and then it became used through the medical field as well, because they noticed uses for that. And now you can take pictures with a digital infrared camera. Mirrorless, you just have to use a filter. With a regular digital camera, you have to have it transferred to an infrared camera, and that's all you would be able to use it for. But it's not quite the same. It's not as soft. It's not as grainy. I don't really, it's not something that I want to be using anymore. I still have some film in my freezer that I'm just like, it's only my last 10 rolls, what do I do with it kind of thing, you know, so it's still sort of sitting there. With infrared film, what's very nice about it is you have all those whites that you wouldn't have with regular film. There's more area that you can paint on. And so I started painting on my images while I was in college the second time. And these are all regular gelatin silver prints, and then painted with oil paints, pencils, and then some chalks. And the idea for me is not that the colors are so realistic, but that hopefully I give you the sense of how I felt when I was there, and you feel the emotion of the different places where I was. So most of these hand-painted images were from a series that I did called When the River Was a Highway, and it's all along the Mississippi River, which runs the entire width of the country, or length of the U.S. So if this was regular film, that red flower would be a dark gray and you wouldn't be able to really paint on it. And so that that's why I really love this film and miss being able to just shoot what I want with it all the time. Especially because we've gotten so used to shooting so much with digital. You know, you shoot so fast, and with film, infrared film, I have to be so careful with it. So these next pictures are from Colombia, South America. I was able to go there and have a show. I stayed and took pictures, and then the pictures went back for another show. So that was, I couldn't go back the second time because at that point I was pregnant. This was a while ago. So this one is painted a little bit stronger than I normally do. It was for illustrating a children's story. And so I had to apply the paint a little bit thicker than normal. And this is from a gallery show I had in Paris, right by the Pompidou, and found that I loved these old buildings and really loved photographing. Those were all from the gallery. Every once in a while I would do a commercial job, and this was for a magazine called Colonial Homes. And I was all excited. I had just learned how to use lights, and they forgot to tell me there was no electricity in this house. So then I was just back to how I normally shot. This is from Morocco, and this is one of the few images that's not infrared that I hand painted. And Sicily. So I'm sort of taking you through the different processes that I use. This is liquid emulsion. When I started teaching, they asked if I could teach alternative processes, and so I had taken a class but didn't really know, and so I started playing around with all of these different processes, which was terrific for me, and hence I have a couple of books with it now. So this is liquid emulsion on tile. It's embedded in a wall, and it's hand painted with chalks. And these next few are from when I was in Italy, and I also put these on tiles. And you notice that there are different colors and different kinds of, you can see the brush strokes. I would take them out and expose them to light before they were totally finished fixing so that I could get the different marks showing on the tiles. I've always liked a little bit of, serendipity. I don't want to be totally in control. I want to be able to get different colors and different, I guess you would say, mistakes on them, but sort of doing it on purpose. And this is I guess people call them modern tintypes, but they're dry plate tintypes done with that liquid emulsion. And this is a photogram and a tintype. So then the next group is cyanotypes. And I've sort of put this in order, how I teach the different, materials that I teach with. And cyanotypes are, of course, it seems like they're always the first thing that people teach because it's so easy and beautiful, and it's so wonderful to see it coming up in the, being washed and having the yellow go away, and all of a sudden you've got this beautiful blue color. And there's a new book actually that's out that is all about being able to tone with organic toners, which is really quite amazing. Just, all these different things that you can tone with. And this is on ceramic tile. And they can be fired. If they're fired, they're not blue anymore. But I was working with a potter to get images on her material, and I had never done it on ceramic before, had anything fired, and so that was quite cool to see. And then I moved into a house after living in an apartment for 35 years, and so we made benches for the backyard. And these are my students. We're on 5th Avenue, and having people just walk around us and looking at us like we're crazy, but they love it. It's so much fun to do. So this is the cyanotype after they get up, and this is it after it was washed. So when I teach, when I go to different workshops, one of which is actually in Norway, and Elizabeth is here, it's called Nord Photography, and there are catalogs over there. But so these are, this wall is actually from Penland, which is in North Carolina, and so I just make a wall and put everything up so that they can see the difference in the tonal range. And it's a way for you to be able to decide what you want to do. And I don't know if you can read that little sign, but it says, "There's no such thing as one and done." They get so, frustrated with digital negatives and I've found that people don't know how to read a negative anymore because they're used to digital. And that's the biggest issue I have when I'm teaching, is how to get people to understand the different tonal ranges in the negative, because they don't know what a negative looks like. So photography has really changed. It's quite bizarre to think about that they don't know film. But I mean, look at all of you here and on Zoom. It's coming back, and it's people are really, I think everyone's getting sick of looking at a computer screen and want to be doing something with their hands, which is wonderful. This is an albumin print from a wet plate collodion, and this was done in Italy in camera. Everything I do is not in camera with collodion, but that seems to be my favorite process for a while, for quite a few years. And so albumin was invented at the same time, pretty much, just right after collodion. So it seems like the natural progression to take a collodion, and then if you want to make a print out of the glass plate, to make an albumin. So this one is a wet plate image that I did for that Ellis Island show that was in the movie, and it was getting very dark, so I couldn't. This is actually a digital image made into a positive, then a collodion, and then an albumin. And this was a film image with a Hasselblad and then made into an albumin. And this is digital and then made into an albumin. So I don't mind digital at all. I love that you can make you can use anything, digital or film, and then make these wonderful digital negatives and then do whatever you want with it. I find that that's a little bit of an issue because then it takes me a while to decide what to do with something as I get to that point. So this is just a palladium test and then the finished print. And these images are from a new series I'm doing where I'm photographing. I've never been a commuter. I've always walked everywhere, being in the city, and 8 years ago we moved out of the city and all of a sudden I'm commuting. And so it drives me crazy. I don't know how people do it every single day. Luckily I only have to do it twice a week. And so I just take pictures through the window and then come back and do other things with them. And in order to do other things with them, I have to live with them for a while. So a lot of times I do not even print for years after I've photographed something. And then I'm thinking about it the whole time, and then I decide what to do. Which, when I started doing collodion, was actually sort of the opposite of how I used to work, because I learned how to do collodion, and then I didn't want to do anything else, and then I had to decide, well, what do I do with the collodion? So now I have another movie to show you that's going to be very quick about how I make a portrait. Okay, so that portable darkroom was made for my height, and I love working in it. And sometimes when I teach, I'll take, if it's close and I'm driving, I will take that. But I also take an ice fishing tent, so that I can have more than one person in the tent with me, and so I can watch everybody do what they need to do. And I couldn't understand why my students didn't like working in my portable darkroom, and they liked being in the tent. And then I realized it was because it was literally made exactly for me. And so if someone's not my exact height, they don't like working in there. But I love it, but it's too heavy to bring with me unless it's in my car. So this next group, this is what is really important to me. It's going back to that movie at the beginning, which was, so once I learned how to do collodion, it was, what am I going to do with it? And a lot of people do portraits with collodion, and it was like, I sort of want to work on this series that I have in mind, but it's portraits. And so then I sort of made it into other things, which this glass house has now been traveling all over the States, and hopefully will find a permanent home soon. I'm in negotiations with it, so fingers crossed. But this is, I had the show at Ellis Island, and then we had a hurricane in New York, and Ellis Island was closed for 2 years, and then I moved, and then it was, okay, now it's time for the show, and can you fill 6 galleries? And so then it was, how am I going to fill 6 galleries with portraits? And so then I came up with this glass house idea, and the idea is that you're walking in and out through pictures of Ellis Island, and then on the side are the pictures of the immigrants. And it could be taken apart and put back together. And so that took up, one of the gallery spaces, which was quite nice. And now it's been able to travel. And so this is it at a show called Photoville that I actually think comes to Europe also, where they put images up along fences. And then in New York, they have other shows that are in containers. And everybody is working with issues that are important. So immigration and migration and climate change and things like that. So it is quite a wonderful show. And then it moved to a farm show, which was all about different sculptors and different people setting up in an area on this farm, and they have cows roaming, and so I had to put up a fence, and it happened to be just when they were putting people into these horrible concentration camp type housing in the United States. And so I wish that I had had the fence around the whole time, because it really reminded me of the internment camps. And so I thought it was perfect for, to bring it to another stage. It did not keep the cows out, by the way, and they broke about 4 of the windows that I had to then replace. And this is one of the other rooms that on Ellis Island, where I made posters and plastered them all over the room, and then above it was the saying from Emma Lazarus's poem that is on the base of the Statue of Liberty, which was done in the 1900s, and they'll say that she is an American poet. And what was important to me is that, well, she was American, but her family is actually Polish. And so she is also, from an immigrant family. And it was very important to me to make sure that was written, and that was above this part of the wall, which you can see a little bit of the white above my head. So then the rest of the show was the portraits that I had taken, and I didn't have much more than the person's name, when they were born, where they were born, and then when they came to the United States. And so I then started taking portraits of people outside, and everyone said, oh, well, you have to get all these permits in order to be on the street in the city. And I didn't bother getting the permits. I figured if someone stopped me that I would tell them what I was doing and see what they said. And instead, the cops helped me. They were like, oh, you're going to be in the dark room, underneath that blanket, you have to have somebody watching you. And I had people watching me. I didn't go on my own, because then my 8x10 camera would be out in the middle of the street. But they were so excited to see me doing something that everybody was extremely helpful. It wasn't an issue at all. What was funny, though, is it seemed that most of the people that I photographed were other artists. not on purpose, but they're the people that I knew. And when you live in New York, everybody comes from somewhere else. And so it was very, very easy to find immigrants. And I did want it to be, because my family had been forced to leave their home and didn't want to leave, it was important to me to be talking to people that chose to leave. And they chose to come to America for a reason. And for me, it was hard to understand why they would want to leave their home country when they didn't have to, because I was always told, you want to be home. You don't want to leave because it displaces you. So it's a very different mindset, I think. So this is actually a picture that I did when I was in Norway. When I go and I teach at Nord Photography, I always, we're getting chemicals that I'm not used to. I have to arrive and I have to mix the chemicals and get ready, and so I always have to test them. And so I take a picture at the beginning, not necessarily even on a tripod. I just want to do it very fast and set something up. And actually, this is Elizabeth. But so, and then I don't shoot. I have a very hard time photographing when other people are around me, even after the students leave and I'll stay for a day or two. I usually don't like those pictures, but I always seem to like the first one I take before they arrive. I guess I'm more settled and not thinking about having to teach anybody anything. This is an Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and I couldn't bring the chemicals into the temples. I think if I had planned many, many months in advance, I might have been able to, but we just didn't want to bother. I was with other people, and so I just photographed with a digital camera, and then when I came back, I made, this is a tintype. I usually don't work with tintypes. I like glass much better. And so then when I came back home, and I'm, as I said, I'm commuting, and I'm shooting through the window, and I didn't know what I really wanted to do with the work. And I just really wanted to keep myself busy on the train. I can't read when I'm in a moving vehicle, so that's, an hour and a half of my time where I can't read. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to photograph. And I took a regular camera with me, and I took a digital camera, a film camera, and my phone. And I decided I liked shooting with my phone better than anything else. And then I would make a positive, and then I would make a contact print on a wet plate collodion. And so these are actually brand new images. I literally just made them a month ago. And I only have 14 of them. I have close to 1,000 images that I've taken in the past couple of years. Well, 2 years I didn't go anywhere, but before and after. And then I started putting them in order of where they are on the train schedule, and that's as far as I've gotten. I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet as far as how I'm going to show them. I'm having a test on while I'm here to see if I want them to be on a transparency and really big, or if I want to keep them small. I don't know. So it's something that I tend to live with my images for a long time before I print them, and then I tend to live with them for a long time before I decide what to do with them. Knowing to put them on a wet plate was easy. I knew I wanted to do that, but then I sort of, I'll see. what I'll do in the end. If anyone has any ideas, I'm open. And then when I get a bad plate, which is quite often, I will just keep the plates in my sink, and then they start deteriorating and getting these crystal shapes on them. And so I started to scan them in, and I did make some prints out of these, but basically they're just, I think they're pretty. I haven't really done anything much with them. And then these are my books. I am extremely dyslexic. I mean, ridiculous point of dyslexia with words and math, so I sort of got screwed with both. But so whenever I was reading a book on how to do these processes, it was very hard for me to follow. And so I started writing extensive notes, and that's how these books happen. So a dyslexic can follow. And then if you want to hear more about my family, or how we came about being in America, my daughter, in order to get into college, did a movie. It's only 9 minutes, and it's an interesting story to see. I think everyone has an interesting story. It's so wonderful to hear how everybody goes about, where they came from and how they're working, and so that was it. And that's it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Thank
Jill.
you.
It was
Thank you
wonderful
very
to
much.
see all of that. And yeah, I remind you that there are 2 of Jill's books there to browse. I mean, to look if you wish. They will stay here until tomorrow, but then I'll take them to our association. So, but until then, there is time. So please, now you have a wonderful opportunity to ask questions and give comments and get to know a bit more of these techniques and Jill's work in general.
Can you do me a favor and really speak up when you speak into that? Because I can't.
You can't hear. Thank you, Jill. I have a question regarding your family, and you were talking that your family owned a camera shop, but do you know if there were other photographers in your family, and how does their work relate to you? Do you have an archive, or do you have anything that has been processed? Maybe just the first question, were there any photographers in your family, and have you studied their work, if so?
Thank you. That's a nice question. So I do not know any further back as far as if what happened was the F. Ehrenfelds in Germany. There were 5 stores, and they were considered house of gifts. I don't remember how you say that in German, but that's what it was called. And they had everything there, but they were known in the early part of the 1900s. They were known for, as electronics started coming, so they were known for radios and cameras and that kind of thing. And then so when electronics took off, then that's what they really became. My father and my uncle, I think, were the first photographers that came about from the family. I think before that it was merchants. And they actually, when things started going poorly in Germany, the Leitz family took people that they knew that had asked for help and trained them. So my uncle, my dad, and a cousin were trained to be photographers and sell cameras so that then they could say they're needed in other places and hopefully nothing would happen to them. And then when they came to the United States, my uncle and my father were drafted and luckily were able to be drafted as photographers. So they were trained by the Army to be photographers, and they were in Japan as photographers. And I do have a small archive of very small from the store in Miami Beach also had a studio. And so I have a small archive of, pictures of, pretty women by the palm trees, types of things that they took pictures of. But when they were in the Army, they were actually in Okinawa. And one of the pictures I just found out, I'm just finding out a lot of stuff. And one of the pictures apparently is taken by someone else in their unit, is in a a museum in Japan. And then I found a picture that was exactly like the one in the museum, but taken like 10 minutes later by my dad. And they put those two pictures together and made a documentary out of it. And so that was cool. And then when my father got very sick in the early 1990s, right? No, 2000s. I had to clean out a storage locker, and I found a bunch of stuff. Some stuff I had to throw away because the storage locker didn't have any kind of air conditioning system. It was not a very good place to leave things in Florida, where it's very humid. So I had to throw a lot of things out, but a lot of things I kept. But he wouldn't let me take them, and he wouldn't talk to me about it. And so they were in a suitcase in his apartment until he died, and then I took everything. And so now I have photographs, and I have letters back and forth from home in English and in German, and all these photos and some negatives. So I have a little bit, but not a lot. But there's 2 documentaries that are happening. And the reason they found me is because I donated some stuff to the Holocaust Museum in DC when I got a lot of stuff from my dad. And so it's up on their website, and then people find me through that, which is bizarre. I never thought that anything would happen. It was just, I think that things should be known and saved. And so I gave the Holocaust Museum, well, they scanned it in. I still have the originals. And so there's a documentary on what happened in Okinawa using the pictures that I found, and then one that hopefully will be done in Germany on the Leica camera family and me. Well, my family. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Please feel very free to ask anything comes up.
Jill, if I may, I'm very new to the alternative. I'm very new to the alternative processes, so I can't ask you anything like specific. But could you somehow elaborate what it is in your favorite process that appeals to you compared with, for instance, cyanotype or so, that the different aesthetics?
That's a good question. I love doing the collodion. I just think it's so much fun. And for me, it's important to be happy with what I'm doing. So really, it's more for me, it's so much fun, whether I'm doing it live in camera or even doing it in the darkroom just with a contact print, because it's so exciting to see that image come up. And it's everyone's using the term magic, but it's magic every time it happens. And so I love it. And the other processes are also beautiful and magical when they come up in the water. But with collodion, it's all the mistakes and all these things that you didn't plan on, and so it turns into something different. And it's incredible.
Enchanting, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
At least in these pictures you showed us, the subjects were kind of very classic photography subjects, if you think about landscape and portrait photography. So is it kind of conscious choice to kind of use the historical or alternative processes on these kind of subjects, or is it just more of your own heart coming that they are something you are interested in, or do they somehow seem to fit with these kind of certain techniques? Like I've noticed that, well, for me, I've been feeling that gelatin silver printing certain types of fiber-based paper archival process fits together well with landscape image and so on, so it kind of feels to fit. Would you like to comment or elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure, thank you. I think it's really more that I think I'm just a landscape photographer for the most part, except for the little bit when I was doing the portraits, for the immigration series. But basically I am a landscape photographer. I'm not a very conceptual photographer. I shoot what's in front of me, but then I want to change it a little bit. So I think it's more that I don't want it to be the exact thing that I'm seeing. I never liked color imagery. It just doesn't interest me. I feel like I'm looking at it, that's good enough, or I have it on my phone. But I don't, it doesn't excite me in the same way as when I can change it up a little bit.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah.
Thanks so much. Yeah, just a bit of a kind of pet interest in creative females and decades, our 20s, our 30s, our 40s, and so on. And you mentioned that you're a mother, so I'm just interested in whether thinking about different decades and like points in time with having, I guess what the sort of, I guess just like maybe like what kind of highlight of different decades would be in relation to like how practice changes, like as a mother, and what Annabelle and I have been talking about. We have young children, about the sort of points in time when they might be more grown up, and so it's sort of, it's like kind of being Madonna or something. It's like doing each decade, and I'm just kind of always curious, like, and looking for like tips and those kind of things. So I don't know if that's a question you're happy to like remark on, but I'd love to know.
I can. I think that having a family and having a career is never easy, but I do find that it seems like today you might have an easier time, but it's still hard to be a parent. I mean, it's crazy hard. But when I was working, when my kids were young, I had to answer my phone studio. I couldn't just say hello. I had to act like I was in a studio the whole time, even though my studio was in my home. And if the kids screamed, I had to quickly put it on mute. You know, because you couldn't be a mother and working at the same time. It was ridiculous. And now it's kind of nice where, you know, you're on Zoom and your kid runs past, you know, and no one says, oh my God, you're working from home. You know, so I think it's that part of it is a little bit easier, but it's never easy, especially when you're traveling for work, or, you know, you want to do an artist in residency and you've got this little kid at home. I was very lucky where, you know, I'm married and my husband was making decent money, and so I could have an au pair or a nanny, and then my kids could come with me. And so I always took them with me because I thought that it was a great opportunity for them to be around artists and to be around me when I was working. And so I felt like that was what needed to be done for them and me. I didn't have to leave them that much. So I just brought them everywhere. And I was telling at dinner last night that I had one semester I had all these students that were exchange students, and so I just said, who wants to stay in America for the summer and be my au pair and come to workshops with me, but bring my kids. And, you know, they can't take the workshop, but they can meet all the photographers and, you know, and be with my kids and bring them in and out when they needed to. And it was really a great opportunity for them. It was a great opportunity for me, and it was a great opportunity for my children. So one of them doesn't do art at all, but she's an amazing museum goer, you know, and history buff, and the other one is an art therapist. So, and I do think that it was the way they were brought up, that they were always there.
There seems to be a question from our online audience.
In hand painting, have you used also aquarelle? So aquarelle paints, I assume.
Yeah. Yeah. I use oil paints and then pencils and chalks, and I'm trying to learn how to use watercolors now, but I'm not very good at it yet.
Any other?
I have a follow-up question to that hand coloring series or technique. Do you have anything that you relate to? Like, do you take other pictures from those places? Or do you color them from your memory? Because at some point, I mean, in some examples, it was obviously very far from what it would look like in reality. And then other times, there were certain aspects of you where I thought you got the exact tone of that stone bench or wall or whatever perfectly. Did you do that by memory, or do you have a concept?
It's all memory. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Just memory.
Any other questions or comments? Very welcome to ask now. Anything comes to mind?
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks. Do you have this, like, when you started photography, do you still have this, like, a very strong memory of looking at some photographers' work that kind of, if you need to draw some inspiration back, that you still go? Do you know what I mean? This kind of still that maybe this one artist that you've puzzled and been back and forth for all these years, and you still go back, because I think we all have like some that comes up in this like first year of photography or something like that, and that, you know, stays very long and maybe goes off for a few years. But do you have one that kind of draw inspiration from the most?
Like a favorite photographer?
Yeah, but maybe not favorite now, but the one you have been from the start and you still go back, if there's one?
I think my all-time favorite was probably Josef Sudek. And I've always loved his work, and I do not get tired of it.
Can you please repeat the name? Josef Sudek.
He's Czech.
Yes, Sudek is absolutely wonderful, one of my early influences also, and we were talking with Laurent maybe yesterday. We were talking about when seeing Sudek's work, it was also almost intimidating experience because they are so there are a multitude of layers in them and expression, very strong works. How about would you? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you felt the same. I wish to hear more, like in general, more about your work. But is there anything you kind of left out from this? Could you tell us a bit more, even? Just something. So now this was your latest project, this photographing through window while commuting. And are there some other plans or some approaches or inspirations you have been pondering to go to, or some future?
Well, the main thing is, like every other photographer, is I would love to have a book of my work. You know, so it's like, how do I do that? I don't have $35,000 to, go. That's the new thing with publishers, and I just don't have it. So that's one thing. And then the other is just I'm constantly thinking about, what I'm going to do and how I'm going to do it. And the glass house is, like I said, is still sort of traveling, and then it's, what am I going to do? So if these people don't buy it, then do I take it apart? And like when the cows broke the windows, there were specific pieces that came off, and we put them in frames, and I really like just bits and pieces of the images, not the whole image necessarily. So it's like, do I take it apart and make something else out of it, or what do I do with it at this point? It's in my garage and I want my car in there. So I'm just always thinking about what I'm going to do. And right now I'm really pondering, well, I have to edit through 900 images, to get more than 14. And then how do I show them and what do I do with them? So that seems to be all I'm thinking about right now. Is like, I know when I get back from here, I'm going right into the darkroom, and making more. But then what do I do? Because I make small plates. They're only 5x7s. Some are 8x10, but most of them are 5x7. And so they're small. So then what do I do with them?
You told that you kind of wait with the photos first when you've taken them, and then also after the process at some point how to do, and then you just decide eventually at some point how to go forward. So on what how you decide? Are you able to trace is it just a feeling somehow, like, okay, this is the way I'm going forward, or is it some kind of a method behind it, or how?
There's no method. It's constantly just thinking about it. It's like, even when even when I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about it. It's always in the back of my head until I come up with, what am I going to do with it? So it's I wish there was a method that would make my life easier. But no, it's really I take a lot of showers. I seem to think in the shower, so so if I'm having an issue, I get into the shower.
That's a wonderful method, actually. I mean, the flowing water maybe has something to do with it. Like, in some Asian cultures, it's thought that this kind of cleansing, flowing water, which maybe kind of gives space for thoughts and gives inspiration or releases some thoughts to flow freely. It's a wonderful method, actually, thinking method. Any comments or questions? Any other comments? I was winking at Jenny because Jenny is our association's wet plate collodion teacher and also teaching at the Art University. But she's too shy to ask anything.
That's great.
Afterwards, then you questions.
I have gotten a sensitivity to ether, and so that's been a little bit of an issue for me. Yeah, it builds up, I guess, in your system. I didn't know, but I have very good ventilation in my darkroom, but that doesn't seem to help. So I haven't been putting extra ether, just whatever's in the collodion. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah.
Well, I guess that, you'll be getting probably questions then, kind of from, at least from shy Finns. Finnish people are notoriously shy, usually, so they ask all the questions after the official question hour has passed. So
yes, of course.
So, yeah, it was also so big, but thank you.
Everyone should take a shower and then ask me questions.
Exactly. I think that would Thank you so much, Jill. A wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
So now the next item, now we have a break, but the next item in our program has been cancelled because Dr. Lali Konstantin wasn't able to give the presentation here. So what I'm suggesting is that there is now longer break, that you would be now free to go wherever you want, of course, but one option would be now to go see the exhibitions in the photography museum. You have free pass over there, and there are two exhibitions, one with pictorialism, which is from the museum collections, and the other one is the exhibition Impression Remains, which is organized by this Helsinki Darkroom Festival and our association. And I will be going to that exhibition because I know about that a bit more than pictorialism, and I'm there if you have any questions or you want to ask something, and I'm able to tell about those works a little bit if you are interested. So I was thinking of going myself there, and then we'll have a coffee break coming also. Okay, so and then our program item continues. I'm checking just to make sure that at 3:45, so 15 to 4, eli 3:45 jatkuisi with presentation by Kei Ito, and it will be on Zoom here. So welcome to hear that then. Thank you. So now we are continuing with the program and with two last presentations for today. The first one comes from artist Kei Ito from the International Center for Photography, and in his in the presentation the presentation is focused on the work Burning Away, in which is researched all kinds of interesting substances linked to A-bomb survivors and their experiences, like motor oil and cooking oil and honey, which were used to treat the victims' burn wounds. So I'm very interested in hearing what we are going to hear and see here. So warmly welcome Okay.
Hello. Even though I can't see you, it's really nice to be able to share my artwork today. I am a visual artist living and working in Baltimore, Maryland, United States. I'm currently teaching at the International Center for Photography, aka ICP, as part of their continuous education faculty. Many of my artwork explore the theme of intergenerational trauma rooted in nuclear weapons and what it means for me to be in the United States as an immigrant and a third-generation A-bomb victim. I mainly use camera-less photography, which is instead of making images with a camera, I use experimental darkroom technique or modified historical archive to create my artwork. This practice came to me when I realized if a camera is a tool to capture something that's in front of you, then how do I capture that something invisible, such as radiation, trauma, memory, and the liminal space between life and death? My answer was to get rid of the camera and use the most basic primitive component of photography, light and shadow. Many of my artworks transformed both art and non-art space alike. These spaces have turned into temporal memorials that then become platforms for an audience to explore social issue. They also stand as a monument dedicated to the loss suffered from the consequence of those issued and how it affects us even today. Before I can get into the detail of my project, I must talk about the origin of my nuclear trauma, my grandfather. My grandfather, Takeshi Ito, was in high school when he witnessed a great tragedy that destroyed everything in Hiroshima. He survived the bombing, yet he lost many of his family members from explosion and radiation poisoning. He later became a profound anti-nuclear activist to fight against the use of nuclear weaponry throughout his life, until he too passed away from cancer when I was 9 years old. Many of my projects were inspired by stories of the irradiated trauma, not only the suffering of my grandfather, but also many other people who suffered from any nuclear-related issue worldwide, including the group of American nuclear weapon victims who were exposed to radiation during the testing of the nuclear weapons, called downwinders. I also consider people from Chernobyl. Many of the people who exposed to radiation during the Cold War, I consider these are part of the narrative of the nuclear issue. And if anything, the nuclear people who would be getting exposed if we were to have another nuclear war. My artworks bridges these conflict and borders to create a collective and universal warning of today's nuclear tension. Overall, it's a message to pursue ultimate peace by examining the past and pointing out that even within conflict, trauma affects all sides. So this particular project, Burning Away, I'll be talking about today, is rooted in specific stories of the aftermath of the Hiroshima bombing. The moment the bomb exploded in the sky of Hiroshima, it created a giant fireball reaching the surface temperature of 7,700 degrees, matching the temperature of the sun itself. The heat wave vaporized the people near ground zero, including my great aunt, my grandfather's sister, and left devastating burns on those left alive. I found many stories of survivors treating their burns with honey, cooking oil, and even motor oil due to the scarcity of even the most basic medicine. The blinding heat was indeed a great threat. However, the invisible threat of radiation is what makes nuclear weapon truly a devastating weapon. Many of the survivors were unaware of the invisible threat that was implanted within their bodies, like a second bomb waiting to go off. It was their children and grandchildren who were witness of the effect of these radiations, such as a form of cancer or leukemia. These stories of desperate measure to treat the physical wounds and inescapable threat of radiation and cancer led me to create this project. For making this project, I used a technique called chemigram, which is a sort of the process that combines photographic process and painting. I pre-exposed the black and white silver gelatin paper, or just regular black and white darkroom paper, to the sunlight, and then painted them with honey and various oils. Afterwards, I repeatedly dipped the painted photographic paper into the developer and fixer multiple times to create shape, which uniquely responded to the type of oil I applied on the paper. The resulting imagery reflects the semi-abstracted icon of a human figure I aim to create. This work can be viewed in different ways and experienced far away versus close up. In this way, this piece and technique echo the idea of landscape. This piece appears figurative from afar, but when you get closer, it became an abstract mass of shapes and lines that people may see as a topological map, landscape, or even a world beneath a microscope. And it may even remind you of cancer cells. So before Burning Away was realized, there was another piece I created using the same technique. If anything, it was an experiment that started with this project. The first project I used chemigram for was Bird of Atom, a set of 108 chemigrams made with various oils and honey, just like Burning Away, forming abstracted image of B-29 US bombing aircraft. I conceived of this project during the residency at the Center for Photography at Woodstock in New York. Even though I was using the B-29 cutout to create this shape, as you can see, the shape became so abstracted after using the same stencil over the long period of the time, becoming much more abstract idea, much more spiritual. If anything, it's a mental scape. So this set of prints focuses on the cause of trauma, as B-29 aircraft was the one that dropped a bomb during World War II. I focused on experimentation and perfecting the process as well, which led me to create a smaller version of Burning Away called Under My Skin. This project, meanwhile, uses the same technique, focuses on the result of radiation and cancer. Thus, the image reflects the look of an imagined microscopic view of cancer. Under My Skin embodies the idea and experience of the microplane and requires the viewer to examine it up close and rather personal. In fact, it's almost impossible to tell what it is because of the abstraction of the imagery if it's viewed from afar away, leaving only the mark of my movement and impression of scars and healed flesh as the imagery and implication. So after making the Bird of Atom, it still felt too far away, both in the use of the specific icon of airplane and broader macro implication of war, specifically the industry, which lacked the human element I usually like to incorporate in my artwork. With Under My Skin, I turned from the sky to examine what happened on the ground level, to the surrounding landscape, and to the humans suffered and triumphed that were experienced there. This shift towards more human level, a micro level, and an examination of what gets left behind in both terms of our flesh and DNA. So Burning Away incorporates both the relationship of cause and effect, as well as macro and micro, that part of Adam and Under My Skin embodied, which resulted in a piece that is towering monument and testament to the past and a warning of the future. My aim is to create a total of 108 Burning Away prints, which hopefully would result in a large-scale installation. I use, and I mentioned this many times earlier, but I use the number 108 many times to create my artwork, which 108 is a number that echoes ritualistic significance in Japanese Buddhism in my childhood. Through New Year's Eve to New Year's Day, all of the Japanese temples strike human-sized bell 108 times. To rid us of our evil passion and desires, and to purify our soul, that which sometimes can be seen as an act of redemption. This idea of the redemption is a big part of my project. The number 108 became a constant motif in my art making, and the whole process of creating these prints became a ritualistic image making. My hope is to create 108 prints that will be placed on the wall or as well as on the ground, creating a temporal monument for those both visible and invisible trauma of a nuclear weapon. Traditionally, monuments are markers and portrays constructed narrative for those in power. The lines between memorial and monuments is thin, whereas memorials are not always monuments. Monuments historically utilize death and loss, whether explicitly expressed or hidden within the contextual silence for a purpose. This project, both in its imagery and in its dramatic roots, portrays historical trauma and imagined loss yet to happen. This act of shifting the narrative and utilizing the language of monuments reclaims its historical associated idea of power and authority, shifting the focus to those directly affected and creates a space for us to collectively come together and contemplate on the past, which hopefully lead to eventual healing. This is becoming more applicable to our everyday life and becoming more urgent as the Doomsday Clock, published by Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, points 100 seconds to midnight, which represents the nuclear annihilation. The rapidly climbing nuclear tension around the world makes the nuclear issue not only a thing of the past, but rather an ongoing threat. We are witnessing this right now with Russia threatening the use of the nuclear weapons. Currently, Burning Away does not have an ideal home or installation space yet, both due to its size and the complex and heavy meaning of the piece. Even though the inspiration is based off death and trauma, it is actually more so about healing and the use of the ritualistic art making as a mending tool. Burning Away embodies the trauma of war and what happens afterwards. It also examines the threat of radiation and how it continues attacking long after any conflict was over. By looking to the past, we can perhaps successfully build a better future. Even though the artwork is rooted in the darkness, it seeks to reveal the light that we can collectively step into together, hand in hand, and seeking peace. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kay. Truly touching and wonderful presentation, and frighteningly accurate today, even this subject.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Would you have any questions or comments?
Hello, thanks for presenting your works. I have a question about the longevity of the chemigrams, like how much do they transform after the process has been finalized? Do they continue?
So do let me know if I need to turn off the screen share and put the screen on.
No, it's like yeah, the question is like, do they continue to evolve or transform after they have been finalized, these chemigrams?
Not really. So I use different kind of oil, and it really depends on what kind of oil I use. Though one of the main oil I used to create some of the prints was tango oil. I don't know if any of you know tango oil that knows woodworking, but the tango oil is used a lot as a finish of making to make the furniture protected and also give certain shine. I use tango oil a lot, and that lasts long time. When I apply it, and even I wash it with a dish soap to try to get rid of the residue, it still smells and feels quite tango oily. Though I never really, I have the oldest piece I made was from 2020. And I haven't seen any change. As a matter of fact, it has been shown individually a few times under the UV light, or under the sunlight, without protected with the UV glasses. And I haven't really seen much, say, change in the imagery. So yeah, the short and long, I haven't seen any. I don't think it continued changing. When I fix it, it fixed for good.
I have a question from the chat. I will post it. You might be able to see it, at least partly.
Oh yeah, sure. Incredible image, Kay. Thank you. Really powerful work. Thank you for sharing your work. I love the way you are translating trauma onto the photographic print. You have used grids and triptych or diptych in many of your projects, for example, in Burning Away 2. I was wondering if there's any significance to the use of the grids, or is it simply a result of the materials available and method you are using? I always loved grid. From the beginning of the creating of these artwork, 108 was the big part of my art making. It's the number of the mending, it's the number of the redemption, and number that came from my childhood. And to create that many of the print and try to exhibit, I always kind of attracted to the idea of the grid, because it's impossible to convey such effect and trauma in one single image, and that's usually the reason why I'm so attracted to the abstraction as well. It's not portrayed by camera, but it's portrayed by the ritual and the materiality of the photographic print that I portray this trauma in to be shared with other people. And in order to do so, I always wanted to incorporate the idea of this long-going chain or line of the trauma that continue to do so and might exist in the future, in a later generation. And to do so, I've experienced with the scroll before, but also like this multiple image that I use with the triptych or 108 grid. It really does become my signature in a way to convey that this idea of it's not just a one single time that what people think of the bombing of, like nuclear weapon, because many of the people think it's a Hiroshima and Nagasaki thing. It's not. It's many people suffer from nuclear weapon, even people in the United States, because of the nuclear testing. And so like that's kind of the idea of why I like to use many of the different kind of like a grid or repetition or the mass number to create my artwork. And plus I'm an installation artist as well. So I like to play with the space, with the idea of like how to construct and how do I respond to the space. And quickly, the other thing I like to use not the grid, but say individual prints is I really love the idea of memorial and a monument, and especially even the idea of the graveyard. This idea of like this one piece I created recently, I don't know if I have it here yet, right here, uses the plaque on the ground. It made it look like they reflect the idea of the tombstone. And again, I use grid, I use kind of like consistency, and like it's kind of the stuff I really attracted to, and like incorporate all of the thing I just said. Sorry, I tried to explain it in like one short sentence, but I always just go all over the place. But yeah, short and long, that's what it means.
Any other questions or comments? I could maybe ask something. In the opening passage of the movie, or of the film Hiroshima Mon Amour by Marguerite Duras and Alain René, there is this thing where there are bodies intertwined and there is ash and some other substances kind of dropped onto them. And I've always felt that it's really powerful passage in this film. And I was wondering, have you considered using any other substances in your chemigrams? Something you can drop onto them or sprinkle on them, or kind of continue the work with the material after they have been developed.
So the question is, okay. Hiroshima Mon Amour. It's a good movie. Not particularly with the chemigrams, but I have made several pieces using ash specifically, and the different kind of like object in my art making before. Not particularly photography, but more like a photographic sculpture. There's one project I did was I have this the Japanese dictionary that identical to what my once owned by my grandfather, and during the war after the bombing of Hiroshima, he retrieved it, but it was completely burned and incinerated. And when he looked at it in the like the completely burned down home that used to be a home, he witnessed the ink of the the book turned into white and white page turned into black because of the heat. He called it in one of his books he wrote, said it as if he was looking at the film negative. And I wanted to recreate that. So I managed to find the exact same Japanese dictionary in Japan and brought it back to the States. And I incinerated or I burned it and to get the same effect, surprisingly. So what I did was I exhibited that burnt book as is, but also I broke it down afterwards and stuffed them into a World War II era film canister to create kind of like housing for these ash that reminds my grandfather of the trauma of that era, but in the same time, you know, like it's a dictionary. The nuclear weapon destroy not only the people, but also the culture. And that's the kind of the thing I wanted to incorporate that. I don't know if I can share that piece here. I don't think I can, but it's on my website if you're interested in. It's called Ash Lexicon Silver Plate. So yeah, I do use a different kind of material. And each project to project, I use really spend a lot of time to think about the process, the reason why I'm using that process, and the material, like why I'm using that material specifically in order to convey the idea of my artwork. So yes, thank you. That's that's a good question.
One question coming up.
Thank you for the presentation, especially after you just said that the materials are very important for you. I'm wondering that you list sunlight as a material in your work, and I don't remember I ever see this. So I'm wondering if you mention sunlight because it's some sort of form of radiation.
I don't know if you can see it, but here's the piece I was talking about. These are the film canister that has a Japanese dictionary's ash stuffed in it. And it's nothing photography about it. It's just ash, but because I use like a specific material that associated with the idea of the photography, I usually represent this work as a work of a photographic artwork. And there, like, I also challenge the idea of like what is photography and what is not photography. So yeah, that's kind of the idea. And here's the Barnes dictionary I was talking about that later got stuffed into the film canister. Especially after you said the materials are very important for you, I wonder that use of the sunlight as a material. I don't remember saying this before. Do you consider it as some kind of radiation? Actually, the idea of the sunlight, and I didn't talk about this in my presentation just because this chemigram piece burning away is a new direction for my artwork, but actually sunlight for my chromogenic project I make many times and used many times in my artistic practice is solely based on the idea of the sunlight. So as you would expect, my grandfather passed away when I was 9, and you would expect you can expect 9 years old to asking question like, "Hi, what was like in Hiroshima?" I was watching cartoon, I was watching like reading the comic book, and when he passed away, I had this urge of like needed to ask these questions of like what it was like to be there and to suffer and like his suffering. But one thing I do remember clearly from in his deathbed was when day of Hiroshima was like hundreds of sun lighting up the sky. This idea of intense imagery of the hundreds of sun haunted my childhood and even until today. And that's the reason why I use exclusively sunlight to expose any of my chromogenic print. That's why I get that vivid red color, that I'm kind of like a orange, more or less, that I kind of like known for my process. And, you know, like I kind of incorporate that as part of my ritual and part of my materialistic significance for making any of my artwork. And even the burning away, I pre-expose them to the sunlight. And that's kind of like, it doesn't really matter with the chemigrams because the light sensitiveness doesn't really play with how the resulting image would look like. But for these chromogenic prints I've made, are more or less about sunlight and how it relates to my familial history and myself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kay.
And thank you for asking. I was itching to talk about the use of the sunlight in my artwork.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great. Thank you so much for everything, and hopefully one day I can see you all in person. Thank you.
Great. So we are continuing with our program, and next we are going to have Eleanor Oakes here, assistant professor from College for Creative Studies and founder of the Darkroom Detroit. And her presentation continues with this kind of material, tactile presence and experimentation, because she's using her, she has been experimenting with using her own breast milk as part of the salt print process. So welcome, Eleanor. Wonderful to have you here.
Okay. So hi, my name is Eleanor Oakes. I'm so delighted to be here with you all. I'm going to say good morning from Detroit, where I am currently based and practice. I am assistant professor of photography at the College for Creative Studies. I'm also the founder and president of Darkroom Detroit, which is a local nonprofit that seeks to increase access and education around photography, thinking specifically around things like darkroom practices. So we have a community darkroom here in Detroit that the public can rent out to make their work. So social practice is certainly part of my work, but most of my visual work deals with themes of absence, memory, and time, thinking a lot about the mutability of history as seen through the faulty lens of recollection. I'm really going to be sharing a very specific new research with you today, not a lot of my work, but a very specific subset. So I apologize, it's also still very much in progress. I had planned on finishing this work in December and January when I had time off from teaching, but thanks to COVID, everybody in my family got COVID, daycare was closed, and so things have, as usual, taken a longer time scale. So what I'm showing you today, I'm not even sure if any of these prints are actually done yet. They're still very much in progress, and you're the first to see them, and whether or not they're done, time will tell. But I wanted to start today by sharing this image by Henry Fox Talbot and a couple of Henry Fox Talbot's photogenic drawings. The research I'm thinking about today is really my interest in reinterpreting the salted paper print process within a contemporary context. Thinking about how salt is really ubiquitous in our contemporary society. It's on our tables, it's in our oceans, it's on our roads, and it's in our bodies. So I'm curious to see if we could reinvent this historical practice to discern some new truths from our modern world. I'm going to start, and sorry, my child is here, so you might hear some cries in the background. I want to start to that end by quoting Henry Fox Talbot from The Pencil of Nature in 1844. This paper, when exposed to the sunshine, immediately manifested a far greater degree of sensitiveness than I had witnessed before, establishing at once and beyond all question the important fact that a lesser quantity of salt produced a greater effect. And as this circumstance was unexpected, It afforded a simple explanation why previous inquirers had missed this important result in their experiments on chloride of silver. Namely, because they had always operated with wrong proportions of salt and silver, using plenty of salt in order to produce a perfect chloride, whereas what was required, it was now manifest, was to have a deficiency of salt, or in order to produce an imperfect chloride. I'd like to reiterate that word imperfect within Fox Talbot's writings, as we're going to be coming back to this theme throughout the course of this short presentation. So it was only within the imperfection of chloride that the salted paper print works at all. And in a world that seems constantly striving for our own perfection through things like our highly manicured social media feeds, motherhood has in part been teaching me to try and embrace the imperfect. So this story really starts, I'd say, in March 2020, when I learned that I was pregnant about, I'd say the same week that lockdown happened here in America due to COVID. And I had heard so many wonderful stories about pregnant women, like oozing creativity, and this was just not my experience. I really, I felt fine, I felt energized, but I felt like the muse had left me. I really had no creative energy at all. And this continued after the birth of my son in November of 2020. And so I, really struggled. I wanted to kind of think about how to process this life event through photography and my practice, but couldn't really do it. So a breakthrough came on a sleepless night when I booked a workshop at the Penumbra Foundation in New York City. And if you're not familiar with it, I would highly recommend you look into it. And it was, I thought, a workshop on anthotypes, which was a practice I was experimenting with at the time with the wonderful Christine Elfman. And it wasn't until a couple months later that I reread the class description that I realized it wasn't actually on anthotypes, but in fact on photogenic drawings and the salted paper process. So this sort of cued an idea that I had been thinking about. I had seen these images of Matthew Brandt's that are portraits made in people's own bodily fluids. So this is a portrait made in blood. And here, this is one made in breast milk. And so I kind of had this idea of, could I make some sort of work about motherhood that I could print in my own breast milk? So the workshop took place in September of 2021. It also strangely happened to be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. I'm from the East Coast, and so this was a very strange kind of time to go back after 3 years of COVID lockdown to the East Coast for the first time. On that anniversary, the whole thing was odd. But the workshop was amazing. Here are a few pictures at Penumbra Foundation with Christine and 2 other wonderful women who took it with me. And Christine was really encouraging when I asked, if we're doing salted paper prints, would you mind if I experiment with my own breast milk? And since I was traveling, I was away from my son, but I still had to pump to maintain my supply. So I would pump milk in the morning in my hotel room, and then sort of awkwardly in the Penumbra Foundation bathroom at lunchtime, and use that milk to experiment with. So here are some of the images that I took of my son to, bring to this workshop that have stayed in the project, kind of thinking a little bit about classical Greek sculpture and looking at the body not, as babies in buckets, but thinking about the legacy of the human form. And so these are straight salt prints. These aren't breast milk prints. The one on the left is salt stabilized. The one on the right is stabilized in bromide. And then here are my experiments with the breast milk. And so you can see that it's much lower contrast. These are very small test prints, like 4x5. And then I did a few others here. These are larger. These are more like 16x20. And you can see that there's kind of some awkward brush strokes happening. Again, the contrast is really diluted. And Christine and I were sort of riffing on this, why would it help if we diluted the breast milk? Like maybe it was too salty. And I tried that, and that really didn't work. And so really it wasn't until I got home that I started thinking about how I could make this into a more formal series. So here's a collection of everybody's prints from that workshop, not just mine. So it was, again, a wonderful experience. So I lost the piece of paper where I did all of my calculations. I don't know where that's gone. But ideally, when you're doing a salted paper print, right, that first coating in salt should be about 2% salinity. And I was able to determine that breast milk was really only about 0.02% salinity, so it needed additional salt. So I was kind of thinking, where could I get additional salt from? And one evening, kissing away my son's tears, tasting it on the tongue, I realized, aha, salt. So I started also collecting my son's tears, you know, comforting him if he was crying, but then sort of wiping the tear away from the cheek and putting it into this jar that I labeled so that nobody emptied it out and cleaned out. We will come back to this jar later in this presentation. But really, you know, I came home and I started trying to collect breast milk. It was really difficult. You know, sort of a theme of this presentation as well as this idea of balance. And it was very difficult to think about. It felt selfish to collect breast milk, not to give to my son, but for my own printmaking. So I sort of was able to save a little bit at first, but I decided to end my breastfeeding journey with him when he was a little over a year old. And then kept pumping, you know, I had quite a diminished supply at that point anyway, but sort of kept pumping for another 3 or so weeks to build up a supply exclusively for printmaking. And you know, I had thought about, like, should I keep, like, kind of pumping throughout the course of making this project so I'll know if I have enough. And it was a really hard decision. Breastfeeding was getting really arduous, just in terms of logistical things, in terms of travel and my work. So I eventually just decided to build up a supply of however much I thought I needed, which I really had no idea what that was, but just thought I had enough, and then ended it and just said, you know, whatever will be, will be. Whatever I have is what will be as many prints as I can make. So these are some of the initial tests. And one thing that I did find early on was I was interested in perhaps still salt stabilizing, but then trying to fix them. And here you can see the print on the left was actually put in the salt stabilizer first before going into the fix, and it actually had a significant bleaching effect. So I decided to take out the stabilizers and instead just use a hypowash for direct fixing, and that's really helped in maintaining the sort of deeper, richer tonal values of the image. So here are just a few more tests. I've been experimenting with obviously different times, different negative curves. The one on the left here is also gold toned, which I'm considering the idea of doing more of, but it's, again, this sort of torment between, like, how much do you try and preserve the thing versus let it go. The beautiful richness of that one on the left as well, I also haven't been able to replicate through additional tests that have also been gold toned. So, you know, it's an experimental practice. We're still working our way through it here. So I did want to do all of my salting in one batch. I had collected a lot of breast milk, and I wanted to sort of, I'm running short of time already. I wanted to defrost it and mix it and combine it all in one batch for consistency, also to add in the salt tiers. But on the day that I happened to defrost all of it, I forgot the salt. I was completely sleep deprived after a sleep regression, forgot the salt. And so instead, these have just ended up being straight breast milk prints, and I'm gonna have to use the salt for something else. I might do a separate edition with just the tier salt. So I heated the breast milk up to body temperature to start with, and I kind of wanted to do this one because it emulsifies a little bit better, but also because I like this idea of me sort of embodying the prints a little bit further. I also strained it through a cheesecloth to just sort of like get some of like the chunks out of it. Sorry if that's TMI. And then I had a lot of issues in the first coating of the separating milk. So this fat would kind of continue to separate out even though I had this water bath that was also heated to try and keep the milk at temperature. So you'll see there's some kind of strange results from that. I ended up having quite a bit more left over than I thought after my initial saltings. And so I thought about throwing it away, but it was too hard. It was too like emotionally hard to put all of that work down the drain. So instead I reserved it and ended up getting more paper and doing a second salting later, which has had very interesting results. So here are some initial exposures of test strips. which you can see, again, sort of experimenting with different timings, different stabilizers, different fixing process. And then here are some final prints washing, or maybe final prints washing. And these I feel are the best documentations I have so far of them. There's still some silver in the paper when I'm doing straight documentation. So it's the blacks aren't quite as rich as they on the screen as you're going to see as they are in real life. But here are some of the ongoing prints. And as Fox Talbot discusses in his writing, the idea of the photogenic drawing, he was receiving very inconsistent results around, this idea of the colorings. He would get very big color shifts, and I've kind of found the same, that very often no two prints are the same, which has been fun. You'll also see, sort of like strange fat specklings within some of these. The images I've ended up making are images of my son, but then also these sort of stacked blocks, which to me, that idea of stacking was a very lovely meditative moment that we were having together when he was very young. It was kind of this thing we would do, balancing the blocks as high as they would go, and felt like this kind of wonderful metaphor for this illusory thing we talk about, of being able to have it all, right? Like being able to have mothers or parents being able to have it all. So there are these kind of still lifes of the balanced blocks in combination with these close-up prints of my son, where I'm trying to affect the intimacy of parenthood. And so here you can see on the one on the right, there's sort of this like swirling fat that is creating this additional texture in the image. Here a few more. Again, these are not quite done yet, but here you'll see on the one on the left, you have that sort of strange swirling of the fat again, and then the one on the right is from the second coating, which has been coming out much better than the first, sort of much richer. Maybe I shouldn't use the word better, because perhaps imperfections or something of themselves that are great, but loving this like richness of tone that I'm getting in the ones from the second coating. And so I'm hoping, here that like I'm sort of normalizing parenthood, breastfeeding. Obviously the labor of my own breast milk making these prints, I think is kind of mimicking that labor of parenthood itself. And I'd like to think about these experiments as also in conversation with Fox Talbot, sort of experimenting in the darkroom while adding a feminist perspective. Within the invention of the photographic medium, there are many voices that are absent, and so I'm thinking a lot about that in this practice. So one last thing is that I'm really trying to think about how or if I want to preserve these. Like that idea of gold toning adds more archivalness to the image, but of course childhood and time itself is fleeting, and so I do feel like there is something beautiful about letting these be without adding any additional toning values, really just letting it sit as my own breast milk. Finally, I want to just say that once this series is done, I'm already kind of planning the next, which is coincidentally Detroit sits on a salt mine. There's a salt mine under the city, and I'm thinking very much about making some additional landscape work that would photograph the landscape and use its own water and salt to produce new kind of place-based salted paper images, and thinking a lot about ecology and the environment in being able to show, through photographing, let's say, the lake shore of Michigan, the erosion over time, but also our changing salinity levels in the water through things like adding rock salt to the roads, but also the melting of the ice caps, and how those things kind of ebb back and forth and are constantly changing in our environment. So, too much always to share in 15 minutes, but I will end it there, and I'm happy to take questions. Maybe I'll stay here for a moment.
Wonderful, very interesting. Any comments or questions from the audience concerning Eleanor's work, artistic work, and
okay,
research?
While we're waiting, I'm going to read. Maybe I shouldn't read something. Maybe somebody's talking. Sorry. But I did want to read one last quote to end with from Henry Fox Talbot on an earlier quote from 1839 from the art of on the art of photogenic drawing. in which he says, "The most transitory of things, a shadow, the proverbial emblem of all that is fleeting and momentary, may be fettered by the spells of our natural magic, and may be fixed forever in the position which it seemed only destined for a single instant to occupy." And I love that, with time we've seen that Talbot's images aren't actually that forever, right? They're not actually that permanent. And I loved Megan Gould's presentation yesterday as well, wrestling with this idea of permanence and what is forever. And it seems like forever doesn't exist anymore, thinking about our current timescale and even how, our planet as we know it might not be forever. So I think as photographers, we always struggle with archivalness.
Well, I would like to ask a question about the somehow outcome of this project. How did you feel afterwards? In the sense that did using the breast milk as part of your artistic process opened something new, some new feelings or realizations, either concerning the baby and your relationship with the baby, or with the relationship to your work as a new mother?
Okay, so Katri asks about the outcome of this project. How did I feel afterwards, in the sense that did using breast milk as part of the artistic process open some new feelings or realizations, either concerning the baby and the relationship you have, or relations to your work as a new mother? It's a great question. I'm not sure if it's something I've even processed enough yet to answer in some ways. But I think that, for anybody who's gone through this, physical birthing of a human with the breastfeeding component, it's so strange to know your body, think you know your body so well, and then I was 35, 36 when I gave birth. And so it's like, I know my body, right? But then all of a sudden it's doing all these new things, and it's like it totally turns you on its head. And so I think, just kind of trying to embrace some part of that has been really important to me. Trying to learn more selflessness, more giving of myself, has been quite challenging. I think it was fun to take the photographs of my son, but it stopped when he turned about a year. Again, because he became so interested in the camera that I couldn't really photograph him without him throwing a tantrum because he wanted to photograph and take the camera from me. So I did like that kind of little bonding experience we had of making those images, but it felt quite brief. I think I am trying to also think about how to support others in this endeavor as well. And so part of what I'm thinking about is maybe, I'm not really interested in like the classic mommy baby portrait, but thinking about photographing parents or families with their children or themselves and making their own prints in breast milk. And the salting of the paper can happen in daylight, and it's very easy to do. It's then stable for a very long time. So, I could even travel to other individuals, collect their breast milk, photograph them. We could salt the paper together with their breast milk. And then, I could bring it back and do the toxic stuff, the silver, in my own darkroom and expose it on site. But that idea of sort of thinking about it, maybe making it a collaborative effort with other mothers or parents and their children is also something interesting to me.
Any other comments or questions? I could still add that I find it quite wonderful how strong these tones are especially in the double-layered emulsion or double-layered breast milk images. Like they seem so complete, and the black is so black basically, or the deep tone is so truly deep. Do you feel that you kind of achieved some new, like if you compare these to other techniques, did you find some totally new tonal variations, for instance?
So, Katri, I could still add that I found quite wonderful how strong the tones are, especially in the double layered emulsion. Like they seem to complete, they seem so complete, and the black is so deep in tones, truly deep. Do you feel that you achieved some new, if you compare these to other techniques? Did you find something totally new, tonal variations, for instance? I mean, I think if I can go back maybe to, well, let me go back, yeah. If I could go back maybe to this image, you know, this kind of strange like yellowing on the outsides, there's kind of like a beautiful gradient that was being produced. You know, I think this comes from obviously the material I'm using, but that idea of experimentation, right? Again, we're usually so obsessed with perfection. And trying to get those perfect rich tones that you know, kind of just letting the breast milk do what it's going to do here was part of letting go a little bit, and again thinking about like my body doing what it needed to do and trying to let go over that control. You know, I think that, as Talbot says, you know, when you're doing salt printing or photogenic drawings in some way, you can't really predict what it's going to do. And so there's a beauty to that. You know, obviously these are different because I don't know how many, you know, obviously Matthew Brandt's breast milk print, but I feel like they're, you know, made of something new, and that's the fun of experimenting with these new materials. Same thing with thinking about using other bodies of water, is that you're going to have some character of that thing imbued in the print and physically embedded in the print, because that's, you know, they've been soaked in my breast milk. They're saturated in it. So I mean, obviously this is a new technique. I'm not sure about the tonal values. I think they're still changing. And then Jenna asked, do you plan on continuing to use breast milk in your work, or have you begun working with some new experiments with new materials? I can't use any more of my own breast milk because I'm not breastfeeding any longer. But again, I would be interested in doing collaborative pieces with other people who want to use their own breast milk and helping them make those pieces as, you know, their own sort of portraits of motherhood or parenthood. I am now interested, once this project is complete, in moving into new materials. So taking water from the Detroit River, I'm trying to contact the Detroit Salt Company, which runs the Detroit mine. Interestingly, that mine really only produces salt at the current moment for rock salt for the roads, not table salt. So again, I think that sort of ecological part comes in for that as well. And you know, here in Detroit we get a lot of snow. We do like immense salting of our roads, which the runoff of that obviously is not great for adding salinity into our bodies of water in the globe. So you know, thinking about those conversations, and I don't know if the Detroit mine would let me photograph down there, but I intend to ask.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much, Eleanor, for sharing with us this interesting research and art here.
Thanks.
So now we are through for today. How are you feeling? Exhausted already? We had quite a long day, and yesterday also, and tomorrow we are still continuing, but a bit shorter shorter day tomorrow. So tomorrow we are going to have only 4 presentations, of which 3 first are in a Zoom, and then the last one, Joona Young's, is a live presentation. But I would like to wrap up a little bit what we had today, because some of you kind of noticed that there were some themes forming up, and that's of course one of my secret wishes, that that you would notice these underlying themes and currents there, because I found them really interesting. We had something like around 50 submissions to this symposium, but there were these shared themes, like surprisingly lots. Surprisingly many of these were shared, like these themes with tactile and material experimentations, and on the other hand these themes concerning feelings of maybe belonging or land or some relationship to the place where you belong or something like that. So it was really interesting that these kind of they aren't something I invented or I kind of specifically took them, but they were kind of throughout all this multitude of submissions. And for today, we had in the morning Becky's presentation, in which autism-related sensitivity towards the world was researched interestingly through black and white photography, and then continuing like based on the world and how we perceive it as artists and researchers. Also we had James's research about hiraeth, this Welsh word meaning longing to a place or land, and or concept with the land, and with the apt translation in Finnish kaiho, which is really beautiful Finnish word and used in poetry quite a lot actually. And then we looked hiraeth from another point of view, as Mary was talking about her artistic research through lumen prints. And before lunch we also heard Elisabeth's work concerning soil chromatography as a method of research towards like this belonging feeling. And after the lunch we heard our keynote, Jill Enfield's fascinating lecture on only kind of some of the project throughout, which were in her long and wonderful career, and in the world of these alternative processes or historical or these different methods of doing or making analog and darkroom photography, and multitude of those. And then after the break we finished the day with 2 presentations showing to you maybe even more alternative methods to produce these unique artworks in the world of analog or chemistry-based photography. So I think we had quite a full day today also, and let's see what tomorrow brings us. But I will remind you that those of you who are coming to dinner, it's starting at 6 o'clock in Hima at Sali restaurant, and I welcome you there. And otherwise, have a wonderful evening and see you tomorrow in the morning. Thanks.